I can't believe this shit, bro. I just can't believe how they just. I told y'all they was gonna restack these books, rewrite history again. Cause niggas ain't came too close with too much truth. So you mean to tell me the black melanated gene is no longer the dominant gene? Phenotypes, people's phenotypes, where they've been digging up skulls, anthropologists have been digging up skulls all these years with scientific facts. It's a thing of the past. Yeah, they making it that way. Genetics and genetic engineering, all the study they put in, now all of a sudden it just changed because people getting too close to the truth. Well, I gotta go find me some old ass Sanchez videos. Well, I gotta go find. Well, if you ain't got your shit downloaded, and man, the world gonna be fucked up, bro. Ultimately, these lies is never gonna stop. One lie gotta tell another lie, and they are right now really right now, man. These motherfuckers are really rewriting everything we know to be facts, bro. Then erase this shit. You gotta go trip AI up to make the motherfucker tell you the truth. You gotta make that, but you gotta know how to trick it. You gotta know how to trick AI to get the truth out of this shit, bro. This shit crazy. I know goddamn good and well I done researched, done read, and studied this shit. They got a thing called Khan Academy. K.A. Life. I used to study that shit when I was in prison. I used to study and prove niggas about biological facts, genetic facts, chromosomes, genes, DNA, facts. And they're not erasing this shit, bro. Now black genes aren't the dominated genes no more, huh? Phenotype, that's a thing of the past now. When you been goddamn digging up skulls and knowing the size and shape of a skull, whether it's female, whether it's a Mongolian, motherfucking Caucasian, you've been judging and using these techniques for all these years, but now people so close to the truth that you bitches gotta rewrite all this shit again, rewrite history. I told y'all in 2017 they was gonna have to rewrite and restack these books, bro, and they doing it right before. Man, I've been gone 5 years. Y'all come back and I can't believe this shit. You actually got to trip AI and Google up to make them tell you the truth about shit. Man, it's some weirdo shit. Cow, what's that? This weirdo shit. I ain't been to sleep since goddamn 4:48 this morning. When they got me a little overtime now. Right? Just came out to give me $100 of my dollars back from them folks out there, about $150 of my dollars back when they tore my ass up Thursday. Went to the little grocery shop. Getting ready to lay down, and you know how my motherfucking mind works. My brain don't never start working, man. I done researched all this shit. I mean, now you telling me the melanated gene ain't the dominant gene? They telling me the melanated gene ain't the dominant gene? Yes, Persian population show evidence of genetic mixing with Mongolia. I know, in Turkish. These are Persian folk. Who are the Iranians? Who the fuck are these Iranian motherfuckers? They gonna tell you they tell you who these people is. That man, these folks. whole lot of shit I gotta break down, but I can't do it right now, man. All up out of Asia. Afro-Asian addicts, them, they some of them motherfucking Arabs, nigga. Ain't none of you. It took your motherfucking and fucked around with the language. Iranians migrated to Central Asia. I know it. Who are the Iranian people doing all that fighting in that desert land over there across that Mount Sinai? Who are these folks that keep on killing each other about these religions and shit? Allegedly killing each other. The early Iranian tribes began to settle on the Iranian plateau around the end of the second millennium BCE. So where did they come from? I'm trying to show y'all these folks. They the babies of the Neanderthal and the Mongolian. I'm trying to show y'all this shit for real. When you see this shit, the Indo shit, this is why they try to tell you the oldest writings and the oldest languages and shit. This is why they try to tell you this Indo shit. They try to use that to say India, like the East India, the India over there was the first ones speaking. That's next. They gonna change. That's gonna be next. That they were speaking first and all that shit. Yeah, the Buddha's there. That's next. I'm sitting up in my last 10 years of life watching them. Same way I watch everything I put forth doing the Tanika case is gone. I gotta go trip. I gotta trip AI up. I gotta fight with AI to make this bitch tell the truth. And this bitch still don't want to tell the truth. So the Semitic language is not an Indo-Indian language though, for real. Okay, so why y'all trying to see them hoes speaking for? Why y'all trying to make y'all be first and y'all ain't got no archaeological evidence to prove that shit? But it will. That's what they gonna do. And that's why I call this motherfucking South and this West Aramaic, so we can go back and catch them with these languages before they change that. Cause this shit came out of Aramaic, came out of Hameric. That's what the Ethiopians spoke, and they turned that into a motherfucking Semitic language. Huh? Yeah, y'all better watch these folks, man. Afro-Asiatic includes Afro-Asiatic. How you add Africa with Asia? That what you saying? Afro-Asian. It's Africa or Asia, motherfucker. What the fuck is you talking about? It's two different continents in the mountainous regions. It's motherfucking Asia and Canada. Everybody got mountains, but in the most mountainous region that it is, man. Canada, goddamn, ain't nothing but mountains, man. They gonna change all this shit. They finna get rid of all the Encyclopedia Britannicas and all that shit. And we watch them do it right before our eyes. The original languages in Africa, they showing in the Congo, all that shit. They showing this Semitic language, one of your language they took, Hameric, turned it into Aramaic and made you think that you was motherfucking and wrote this shit as you like you a Semitic person, like No, you're not Semitic, man. That's Sam. This the Mongolian sitting back behind the scenes, dictating, running all this shit, bro. So you telling me goddamn the black ain't the dominant gene no more, nigga? We too old off into the game. Y'all don't let these motherfuckers get in these fuck ass educational school system and teach these children this shit, and y'all ain't gonna step up and goddamn, man. Even though children go to school, man, y'all better teach these children the truth about who the fuck they is and what kind of gods they are, man, and what they represent and who the fuck they are, man. These folks and tapped into your blood system, got you thinking motherfucking Italian motherfuckers got black blood in them and all this old bullshit. Them motherfuckers Europeans, man. Only thing that's different between the motherfuckers is the way they swag their language, man. The French swag, the woo be the same motherfucker. You can look at a motherfucker, man. You can look at a Latino and look at one of those Asian women, Muslim women, and you only thing you gotta do is change the head to the same phenotype. Not phenotype. That's outdated too. Ain't no phenotype. Man, this shit the craziest shit ever, man. What was the ancient language of the Western world then? Fuck, what the language? Huh? Was not a single Semitic language. Oh, for real? But rather a variety of languages, some of which were Semitic, such as Aramaic. I know it. And the Canaanite language. What was the Canaanite language, bitch? There ain't no such thing, no Canaanite. No, what was the Canaanite language? What was niggas speaking, nigga? What was niggas speaking, Mr. AI? Huh? Including Hebrew. Oh. So you switched them up. See, Hebrew and Arabic come out of motherfucking Aramaic, nigga. And y'all better learn this shit before they change all this shit up and fuck you around again, man. Right there. Go across the Mount Sinai right there in that little corner right there. Where I just moved that thing. You go across that little corner there. That's the little land they keep on that. That's the closest they got off in here on them corners. That's why I got motherfucking goddamn sky on that corner. Hold that corner down right there. From Canada to Canada, we gonna goddamn debunk all this whole shit, bro. Indo-European language. What Indo mean? That mean it's an Indian language that came out of East India over here in the East. So what is that Far East over there? How the Far East is the location of the North Pole. Man, y'all don't see these folks. I might have to start getting pencil and paper and writing diagrams and showing y'all exactly what the fuck I'm saying. Because it's right in your face, bro. Developed in the Western Mediterranean, the Semitic languages are native to West Asia. Oh, Semitic languages is where? Are native to West Asia, North Africa, or the Middle East. North, always that northern part, because that's what it. And the Horn of Africa. Yeah, the Horn, you know what the Horn is. That's the goddamn where you come into the motherfucking Red Sea. That was the Axumite Empire that I always talk about. Not the Western world, where languages were Latin and Greek or originated. What is it? Originated. Man, them old Europeans came in and changed your language, took your language, fuck you, man. That's why you speak this bitch ass English now, bro. The ancient language of the Western world, particularly in Europe. I said the Western world. Europe is not the Western world. Huh? Western world languages, the ancient language of the Western world, particularly in Europe. Europe ain't in the West. Western world is over here in South America, man. Just like they trying to tell you the original Hungarians, Hungaria was migrated out of Europe and came over to this bitch. They keep on changing this shit as they motherfucking go, and I'm watching it in my lifetime, man. This shit crazy. Now, it was a misconception, in particular the United States, that the darker genes or melanated skin were dominant over genes of lighter skin. Not lighter skin, I'm talking about the melanated gene is the dominant organ. The organs and genes of melanated people are dominant genes. The people out of the north, the Norsemen, the Neanderthals, the white people, the original white paleo, they have recessive genes, man. These people used to have to go to the doctor and goddamn say, be like goddamn jump roping. When they throwing that jump rope, like Reddy said, go at 3:56 Eastern Standard Time, it would be the best time for you to try to make a baby. They can't even goddamn reproduce. Sure, they had to go have help to goddamn try to, well, what can we do? I've been trying to have a baby for 7 years and we just can't have a baby. You gotta have help. Recessive. They've been teaching us about dominant and recessive genes all our lives, and now you telling me that this, man, I can't do it no more, y'all. I'm like Logic now. I can't do it no more, people. I need y'all to beg me to stay on this whole, please don't go. I gotta make me a dramatic exit from this shit, man. I got to make me a dramatic. I got to write me a script, run me a scheme on YouTube that I need 100,000 subscribers there. I need y'all to send some PayPal shit. I need to run me a script, bro. I can't do it no more, bro. How the fuck these motherfuckers hand? I already told you, my phenotypes is goddamn ain't what it is no more. So y'all, how the fuck anthropologists came up with all this information over all these years and they want to try to watch this shit, bro? And they doing it right before our eyes, bro. See, I used to study this Khan Academy. I used to study all these videos. The landmass, I used to watch these videos, but I deciphered with common sense. Even, that's why they used to, man, when I was in prison, them folks killed my tablet. They started getting us tablets in jail, and we had tablets in the county jail. Everybody's tablet worked fine. Them bitches, my tablet stayed fucked up. My tablet stayed fucked up. They changed the configuration of how I go to shit, watching the videos that I watch, and watch me walk around in that motherfucker and be pulling niggas' coattails on shit and having little ciphers and telling niggas shit that they ain't like, especially when I got to prison. Every prison I went to, I had problems with my tablets, bro. I woke so many niggas up the flat up. One nigga I was banging with named Tron. That nigga, cause we called a nigga Megatron. Before I left, that nigga said, this bitch flat, bro. I said, I know. I love you, my nigga. The first thing we were arguing about tectonic plates and all that, I remember he used to goddamn stand up on that shit. I used to use these same videos from this place right here, this Khan Academy shit. Now it ain't no such thing as, well, you might as well say no such thing as dominant recessive genes, traits. Traits that carry over, and sometimes a trait goddamn will disappear and reappear in different generations. All that shit ain't what it is no more. The sun don't give the white man melanoma no more. Melanin is not what it is no more. Well, why is melanin the highest commodity on the motherfucking market? Right? I gotta try some. Oh, these bitches too much. Hold up. Oh look, I gotta try some. For these niggas watching everything. Yeah, right there, Khan Academy. I used to study all these videos. That's why I goddamn caught them saying that goddamn when the eclipse come, the moon's black disc. Oh, the moon got a black disc now. They watched the video when I was in prison. They was taking shit off the tab on me when I was in prison, bro. But I was used to it though. From fucking around man, I was used to that dumb ass shit. Trying to hide shit. But what I did. Over here, just ask that motherfucker. You bet what you can ask. See on video, I was trying to go out. Man, you steady on video. Yep, I want to see how much it cost. I want to see if they didn't watch this shit too. It was about $370 a gram. There are no single costs of melanin because prices vary widely based on the source, purity, and producer. Synthetic and food-based melanin produced for scientific research can range from approximately $500 to $1,800. Ooh, so why so much? The highest commodity on the market, melanin. It was back in the day, goddamn. When I was doing the niggas thing, it was like about right at $370 a gram. Now it's $500 to over $1,800 per gram. Melanin derived from human sources is not. Gotta get that screenshot. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. I gotta find me somewhere to store all this shit. Cause they gonna man eat. So why it's so important? Why melanated genes so important if they not the dominant gene? Why you trying to say it ain't the dominant gene no more? Man, AI, you need to sit your stupid, retarded, supercomputer ass down somewhere. Somebody got it. They should have blowed your bitch ass up when Prince said, like 1999, when year 2000, had with that motherfucking computer, the beast with a blow. They even called the computer the beast. And they were so scared that that bitch was gonna malfunction and fuck up, but they got away. Why melanin costs so much a prayer? Why it's so important if it ain't the dominant gene? Why that motherfucking nigga had all them heart surgery on melanated hearts, goddamn transplant and shit? Why Selena Gomez wanted the goddamn that little 19-year-old girl kid? Why they want them goddamn melanated uteruses that I explained and showed y'all the facts on this shit? But not melanin ain't shit. But it's these motherfuckers said up to $1,800 per gram now. Glad I went and got that right quick. I do it live on you bitches. I do it live on you bitches. Sigma Adric cells. Nah, I don't fuck the cell. Which one that melanin nigga synthetic? Oh, they said it's synthetic melanin. You can get some for $609. I remember back I showed y'all a straight white man use melanin extracts and shots and turned himself straight black with artificial melanin. Some of these motherfuckers around here ain't niggas, man. Then you got the robots, the clones running around this bitch. That's why they ain't dominant no more, cause you dominate with synthetic shit, just like the synthetic food we eating and shit. But I'ma digress, man. I gotta make me a dramatic X, man. I gotta get out of this shit. Cause the truth don't need no help and can't get no help, man. Like I'm the only one around trying to help the real truth, man. Cause these folks on serious, bro. These folks is something serious in real life. This is real life, bro. Why is they paying so much money for melanin if it's not the dominant gene and it's not with, man? Well, I guess old blood ain't worth shit no more neither, huh? Man, this shit crazy. This shit is crazy as fuck. Phenotype, they've been doing all this shit but with phenotype. I'm from. They showing you who they is. Yes, Persian population shows evidence of genetic mixing with Mongolia. I know, and Turks, I know. These who the Iranian people are. And they had like Genghis Khan, his gene just went through all through Asia. Not through Africa. All through Asia. Asia is the largest continent and it's shared by those Eastern Slavic and the motherfuckers and the Eurasian, European and Asia. That's how they produced and came up with this European shit. The European even goddamn started mocking the goddamn white man and told him, you're a dead ass. Why you think he got the name Caucasian? You're a dead Caucus in our mountains. And we want you out of there. Matter of fact, they ran the same thing on the western side of the earth as they ran on the southern side of the earth, and they came down out of the mountains and created all this motherfucking chaos. These motherfuckers got these north, true north, magnetic north, all kind of different norths. Yeah, cause they flip-flopping cause they done made the North Pole but sitting in the east. Why the Mongolian the ones sitting around the North Pole and these motherfucking niggas that doing all the skin and dipping off the ice and all that shit? Shouldn't the North Pole be over here with the North at? With the Northman coming in? Shouldn't the North Pole be over here in the North? How do the motherfucking East run the North Pole? How do they make the pole be in the East? See, y'all can't see this shit because the globe and it's up on top of your head and you won't lay this bitch down flat. All you gotta do is make 4 corners. North, East, West, South. That's it and that's all. But on this globe, East got the far East gonna be goddamn Japan over here because they gonna make Japan like it's a little island. Now I showed the real location of Japan. So the further east you gonna be able to go is India. That's that little tip like Mexico on the far east side over there. They trying to make everything come by that bitch. So if that's east, how the fuck is the other shit far east? Cause this whole from that point right there up, going up, I'm gonna take up there where they put them on private lands and all that shit up with them synagogues. Yeah, that's far east. And they made that be the North Pole. Y'all don't see that? Why you think the Mongolian running no pole? I got old video, Periscope video. I need to try to go find that bitch. And coming back with the new technology, coming back from the poles, coming back from the North Pole with the new technology. That's why these people been leading in technology. Hiding themselves. And these Japanese folks ain't had no motherfucking retarded babies being born with no birth defects and all that shit. Them folks in good health. Doing goddamn quadruple flips, spinning with swords and all kind of shit. Why they slowly fucking you around, got you eating all kind of disease type shit and everything. What up, son? Disease type shit and everything. Alright. No, look. You don't know what dude say you gonna do, bro. Alright. Yeah, like for you another day. I'm a baby boy now. He be trying to have me fucked up. That nigga else don't see it. But yo, man, these folk, bro. How the fuck the North Pole is far east? They showing you the directions. Christopher Columbus goddamn, what way he sailed? That nigga sailed to the west. And the shit don't make no sense. On the way Christopher, that's why niggas left that story alone. Everybody know bullshit, cause they said that nigga headed west. He ended up over there with them goddamn East Indians over there. How the fuck you thought you was in India, nigga, and named us some Indians cause you thought you was in India, but you headed west? Everybody know the story was fucked up then, but guess what? If you lay that motherfucker down and put that tip in that motherfucker, and the way that motherfucker, that pole is stuck up in there, lay that bitch down, and when you take that tip out that motherfucker and head that motherfucker in the direction, you'll see that bitch did head west, cause he came into the Western world. You always hear people talking about the Western world, so I just showed y'all they saying the Western world and talking about Europe. How the fuck Europe is the Western world? They trying to tell you in the Western world and say something about Europe. These hoes want to dominate and control everything, man. This shit crazy. I don't even know nothing about all that, man. I don't even know what the fuck you talking about. I don't even know nothing about none of that. I don't think I know a Rondo. I shoot 9 like Rondo, man. I'm trying to figure out how these motherfucking Iranians running the world script on motherfuckers and native babies. This is where you gonna get your J from. This is why the goddamn Noah's Ark landed right there in Turkey. Right up under Turkey on Mount Ararat. These people couldn't goddamn run this script so long, man. Y'all ain't figured this shit out yet, man. And now they telling you ain't the dominant disease. I know you ain't, cause there ain't that many niggas left. Cause all these niggas artificial niggas, man. These niggas cloning and everything. These motherfuckers, man, that shit crazy as hell, man. Do Iranians and Mongolians or Turkey, do Iranians have any Mongolian or Turkish ancestry? Hell yeah, they do. Prince Charles already told you, goddamn, he a direct descendant of Vladimir and Peter. They let you know they share in the goddamn United Kingdom together. And then when you look at laws that run the UK put the laws down on us, but goddamn, they got to go by the laws that the goddamn Japanese can put in place for their ass. I showed y'all that. Why does Mongolian got so much power, man? Then they made the motherfucker say, well, we could have made it to the North Pole without the help of the Mongolians. Without the help of the Eskimo. There were 4 Eskimos took us out there. They coming back from the east. That's the east. I showed y'all last night where they said a dragon. You know who represents the dragon? I just showed y'all on the flag who the dragon was. Look at that DNA shit. They done changed all this shit. Like I just showed y'all That shows y'all who the dragon was. Look at these flags. That is right there. That is right there. The old Chinese, the dragon now. The Mongolian, the dragon. With that red sun. They want that sun to bleed so bad. They want to get rid of that sun. Why in the fuck would China have... Watch this shit. Man, see, why I do this shit live? Just brainstorm, just do this shit live, man. Yeah, I do this shit. Go back. Watch this shit. Watch this shit. This bitch might lie. AI might lie. This bitch on me like them. This bitch be up there. This bitch been on me. It was on me when I was locked up. I tell you, the malfunction and all kind of shit. Real shit. What I did? They be showing y'all this shit. Don't play with me, AI. Come on with it. China does not have a mythical artificial knowledge. Bitch, y'all playing. You know what I said. Let me get in there and write it myself. But artificial sun, bitch. Sun, bitch. I should have just asked it simply because they got their own artificial sun, bro. And if so, bitch. Don't play with me, AI. I don't like you, AI. Yo, I'll be tripping your stinking ass up. Yes, I know it. Yes, China has an artificial sun, a nuclear fusion reactor called where? I thought Elon Musk said goddamn he ain't had no nuclear reactors and all he wanted to do was goddamn charge up goddamn electric cars and batteries and send cars to Mars. These hoes hate the sun. Look up the word. Y'all look up the word. Why you think they love Mars so much? The word Mars means to take away or fuck up perfection. The perfect light in the sky will always be the life giver, which is the sun. And these people don't like the sun. They showing you the blood sign with the sun to bleed, man. Who Mars gonna war against if it ain't the sun? Cause the perfect one to fuck up perfection, to fuck up the perfect one will be fucking up the life giver, fucking up the heavenly Father, the sun, the melanated distance in that sky. That sky is melanated. The fuck you talking about? Why you think Remus and Ramela's daddy name is Mars? Why they got rid of Pluto? Because we've been talking about too much plutonium. Why I want the planet Pluto to come back. Disney, bring Pluto back. Because we want to know about this plutonium and why this motherfucking goddamn compass point towards these areas. Damn, Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla. You should have just said the nigga name Nikola Tesla. The nigga who tested nucleus. Y'all nigga crazy. Yes, China has an artificial sun, a nuclear fusion reactor called the Experimental Advanced Superconducting Tokamak East. Ooh, East. Why they got that capitalized like that? Huh? Which is designed to provide an enormous source of clean, virtually limitless energy by replicating the sun's fusion process. The purpose of East is the research. Why they name that motherfucker East? Why this shit be matching up with Unc be telling y'all, man? Unc see these old. To research and develop practical, sustainable fusion energy to power cities and help address global energy needs, because y'all stole Tesla work and trying to provide free energy and shit for y'all selves, in doing so by acting and having y'all own sun, because that's what the sun do for melanated beings on our side of the earth. And y'all done imitated and duplicated and hip hop and everything a nigga do. You smother it, and in the background you're really trying to be a nigga. And they go for you motherfucking Mongolians first, then your little babies. Cause niggas ain't much studying the North. We know y'all recessive. That's why y'all don't want nothing black in that castle. Cause who would have been fuck that bitch back black. Now, man, what the fuck? What is the artificial sun? East is the egg. East. What? Why they call it East? Why they name this motherfucker East? Why would China, by way of Japan, we know who the elites are. That's their elites. That's the North Pole. Why they in control of it? Why they need their own sun? When that sun blink, you ain't gonna be able to think. It's all over whenever that sun goddamn stop doing what it do. That's like, they tell you the sun is the energy of the whole fucking so-called solar system. It's the supply and the source of all the energy within the solar system. How can it not be the God of the sky? The brightest star in the sky. Everything grows towards the sun up. I ain't seen them grow out this motherfucker sideways and let you use some goddamn trick lighterism shit. Man, I can't go to sleep. I've been asleep. If I can't go to sleep, man, every time I go in this busy hole, I can't be mad, man. I can't be mad no more, man. I gotta get 5 minutes dramatic exit out of this shit. I can't, man. Ain't no way in the fuck. A device that use powerful magnetic field. Oh, there the magnetic shit go. One of that bitch got in the plutonium in it. Fields contain the heat, hydrogen, plasma, and extreme temperature force and atomic nuclei to fuse and release vast amounts of energy. What? That's why they've been storing solar energy. That's why all those petroleum companies been storing. Remember, we went over there and said, man, they store so much solar energy a day. All these petroleum, that's what they've been doing with the energy. Fuck that screenshot. Oh, that screenshot, cause these all got me fucked up. Hold up, cause I wanna know. Screenshot. Now I wanna know some shit. I wanna know if the artificial sun. I already know it. We already know the answer. I gotta go get this. Gotta show y'all this, man. Gotta show y'all this shit. Wouldn't be me if I do this shit live. I do it when I bring. Bitch, heard what I asked you? You're a damn lie. No, an artificial sun does not contain plutonium. Device nicknamed artificial sun, such as China East and South Korea's K-Star. Oh, South Korea got one too. Are nuclear fusion reactors that mimic the energy producer possessing and own life fuel element created. Plutonium is what? Come on, plutonium is a heavy man-made element used in fission reactions and different and less clean process. I don't believe you, bitch. I believe if I read further, I believe you got the plutonium in that motherfucker. Cause we already asked that goddamn question about them nuclear. You don't remember I was sitting down there in the yard and I asked that question when I started talking about that motherfucking compass and plutonium and was it magnetic and all that shit? Man, get the fuck out of here. These folk gonna lie. I don't believe it. I believe that motherfucker saw. And why the fuck they get rid of Pluto? Goddamn, ain't no more plutocracy going on around this bitch. Man, the fuck out of here. Fusion and fission reactor. Artificial sun fusion reactor. Fission reactor. What the fuck is this? Key difference between artificial sun and fission reactors. What the key difference is? Is one more cleaner than the other one? Spills heavy atomic nuclei like uranium or plutonium into smaller ones. Atomic nuclei, hydrogen isotopes into heavy. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. Damn, the same thing, one cleaner than the other, man. I ain't got time to play with y'all motherfuckers. I just want to ask that question. Still gonna finish out that shit, cause that lets me know that South Korea got a case stop. Huh? The Kazakhstan, the Russia, the Eastern Slav. Man, this shit crazy. This shit crazy. I'm finna go, man. I play a video or something. Y'all I don't know. I don't know this shit. I don't feel you gotta get out there. I can't, this shit crazy, bro. This shit crazy, bro. These folks playing us to the devil like a motherfucker. Bring that goddamn dragon back up there. Same motherfuckers in cahoots against melanated people on both corners. One of us in the belly of the beast, and the other one goddamn being took over by the East. Northern Africa being ran by the so-called Middle East. That's Africa, man. That's why they turning that shit and spinning that shit. All on goddamn islands out there on their motherfucking logo, showing you that they gotta be doing something out there. You got islands leading up to the big island out there in the Far East, which is the North. Well, which is not the North, the Far East, which is the North Pole in this global system. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. And then here come Russia. And Russia and these moguls say the same. Russia and Germany. See, the Ashkenaz and Khazar Jew. Here they come right there. See, bring this up there. Same logo. And see, these gonna be my logos, but mine gonna intercede. I got a logo that I showed y'all with them circles. Just it gonna look something like that right there. Understand? And I'm gonna show y'all the secret. I'm showing y'all the secrets now, man. I always look for that right there. That's the union. Because Russia sits on the continent of Asia. And the European countries lead your ass back over to the north. And the north came over. They had to come over the Canadian Fall to even get to you. They didn't come down the fall. They came over across the falls and twist that bitch and took the northern part of the West and named it North America and named it United States. Now you niggas think you some northerners or something, and that's the motherfucking northern part of the West. And that's why I'm gonna keep saying it over and over again. That's why they said that we are in the belly of the beast. And who run the beast? The East, the dragon. These white folks don't know nothing about no motherfucking goddamn Draco constellation. They ain't been around with the intelligence enough, observatories, or no kind of ancient history to know anything about observing observation of stars and shit. To know anything about a Draco constellation. If the motherfucker come back every 7,000 years here, you had to do it 14,000, goddamn understand it. Then do it 21,000 just to make sure those calculations are correct. They ain't been around long enough to be talking about data Dracars and Draculas and all that shit. They daddy talking to them. These the same ones that had to genetically modify themselves to remove the horns and shit out their heads. And the tail out their backs. And the hooves out their feet. Yeah, the beast. So they've been working on genetics because they had to genetically modify themselves. During my generation, we usually got there and talk about how we'll put a crease in our jeans and our Levi's on the white girl backside. I'm just keeping it real now. They were flat padded though. Way before the Kylie Jenner challenge, sucking your lips down in the bar and going to get Botox and all this shit to try to imit and mimic you. They had to genetically modify themselves. And once they did, they still got to goddamn be ancestral people so they won't become extinct. But now we ain't the dominant gene. So why y'all keep kicking all these black folks out of council and all that shit? Because y'all know they ain't gonna fuck that bitch. Slap black and they get that. And but then you bury yourself up under the black bitch. Boy, this shit crazy than no motherfucker. This shit, and this is low I keep telling y'all. These same folks, bro. Same motherfucking folks. They're the Buddhist with. I learned about that through the niggas. Then Baha'i faith. Baha'i faith. I ain't gonna look that shit up. I don't feel like looking that shit up. I don't feel like looking that shit up. I don't put all this shit out. They ain't gonna do this. Watch all this shit. Ain't nobody gonna pay no attention to none of this shit. They go goddamn find a video or something on that. I'm talking about go find me a motherfucking video of this too, man. This shit crazy, that motherfucker. This shit crazy, that motherfucker. My boy, what? Go on to the state then, man. Power crazy. I would have played that motherfucker right there.
Philosophies on the origins of humanity.
Well, I just said I had to find me some old Sanchez. I know that shit ain't there as you laugh. And you know that shit good when he come and tell him how good he cooked. I'm gonna go right in and tell him too. I just said I need to find me some old Sanchez shit. Cock out and chill. We'll crank back up at goddamn 11 on me. Where you was at 11 last night, cat? What up, Miss Louise? You still want them to free R. Kelly? At the store, he's like, huh? I'm like, to ask something. What can people live at the store, East Lake? On a portal? What kind of people? Oh, them all. Which one you talking about? I'm gonna think you told them A-Rab. Right there on Porter, my cousin is right there. I'm gonna play this video right here, man. I'm gonna let this shit run. Y'all welcome to stay and hang with dip out, come back. Y'all know I be right here playing this shit. Put this truth out here, cause I'm the Sanchez been probably go the fuck off and probably gonna mention some of the things I just the energy work like that. I hate this one playing. It's booming on live, my nigga. My t-shirt said fuck the coppers, fuck the police, they worse than hip hoppers. I ain't never been no hip hop ass nigga, man. It's all of my shit. The hip hop is flip flop. And everything I've been saying all these years about this rap game and about what the fuck going on is manifesting right before our eyes, cause this shit is plain to see. These niggas off into the sacrifice, more sacrifice than the motherfucking people, man. This shit crazy. I just showed y'all last night how these motherfuckers were fucking the goat, the Masonic order with they. Y'all think these motherfucking Mongolians ain't got, man, the Mongolians running this hoe. I'm gonna ask you one more time. How the fuck is the North Pole located in the Far East? Then try to create a motherfucking pole where it's a ball and sitting on top and all this shit supposed to be. Then when you look at the North Pole from the top, they got the same definition for the South Pole. Scientists there, can't nobody go there and all that shit. But when you look at it, all they showing you is the mountainous regions of Asia and goddamn and Canada.
Put that K to y'all, now I'm saving y'all, and plus I'm chilling with baby y'all. Maybe y'all will understand sooner or later, before they depopulators and the oceans turn to vapors. Got me ready to blaze up like every night I'm burning herbs, trapped inside this matrix, thinking how they done turned this world. Look around you, and TV on is something to panic about. And abandon everything I will. still tracking their oral new identity. Philosophy, the out of Africa theory with the Big Bang model and evolution under Darwinism. Now, to make a long story short, they have to sell you. Shooters is hoodlums. If you jump in that water, you gon' be straight barracuda. We blowing through to get to it. Gon' be sold out when we do it. And the streets gon' be with it. Little nigga know what you doing. Oh, pursue me, they do me. Like I'm straight out of movie. 12 goals in my mouth, but on your girl to approve it. What you beefing or playing? I see you leaving, I'm staying. I'm the man on the west side. Choppers hit on the man. 7 grams in a Swisher. And I'm full of that liquor. I'm beating on my chest like who wanna fuck with gorilla. Birmingham, Alabama, coming straight from the slammer. When it comes to the swag, it's too much for bitches to handle. CDs, guns, and crips, real niggas gon' bleed the bill. T-shirts say fuck the copper. Chop with Chiquita, flip, west side. 100 choppers, buy me 100 choppers. Scrabble 100 choppers, I bet not get coming harder. Buy me 100 choppers, buy me 100 choppers. Niggas helicopter, my t-shirt just off the ball. Buy me 100 choppers, buy me 100 choppers. Scrabble 100 choppers, I bet not get coming harder. Buy me 100 choppers, buy me 100 choppers. Let in this helicopter, my t-shirt just off the cobble.
I said, boom. Shit, I'm up in this bitch, man. But, I got a few video. What's that shit? Just got to give it a book to me.
Hey, I heard that shit. Hey, dog, let's drop GM shit again, nigga. Buy me 100 choppers. Buy me 100 choppers. Buy me 100 choppers. I bet not get coming harder. Buy me 100 choppers. Buy me 100
just went in. I'm gonna goddamn run that shit on y'all. Cause now, you gotta think about it. If someone uprooted you off your land, went and set you and put you on a deserted island and set you out there to go and to fend for yourself, and you still survive, oh, you're a strong motherfucker. Because you was a civilized person, you had a civilized civilization before contact with these people who wrote you into their spell. Yeah, you did. And you know this, but you don't want to figure the whole puzzle out. But my nigga gonna explain this shit real good, though. You went from goddamn turn on the light switch to goddamn rubbing two sticks together overnight. Didn't get a chance to goddamn let granddaddy tell you how shit go. On purpose. For world control and world dominance. You know what I'm talking about?
Got
Real shit. What up, Angela? My one.
Gotta go get it. I'm in a rush.
There's that nigga right there. Some of that shit mad. That shit good as hell. What boy just made a casserole on that bitch. Got where you were at 11 o'clock. 11. Everybody gone. Alright, that was up. I just be needing this shit. I don't give me some sleep. This is how I sleep. Cause nigga fuck me up. Gotta
go get it. I'm in a rush. He gotta make me a stain as a must. Hey, niggas be acting like fuck. Nigga, that why I can't even but fuck with them. In them Glock 40 we trust. Hey, so in them Glock 40 we bust. Hey, rapid fire that I did I clutch. Heavy artillery under your porch. With it, wait till you jump out the porch. Hey, came up out the mud, I was stuck. Hey, I bought everything for no horse. Uncle Fancy, I'm in the gut. You a fool if you thought she was yours. Nigga can't run through that bit like a sports. Idiot, do it. Nigga, fuck 12, you don't fuck with the port. Nigga, I'm in the pool right now with a Glock with 2 sticks on it. Hit you with your big homie. You not about that life, play around and get hit, homie. Like low in your big homie. Bitch, I ball like Giannis, you not even 6, man. And that the little bitch woman. Can't run on these hoes, she know it not an option. But she pick up the dick from me. 7-shooter Carmelo. People like fuck a case. He ready to splat something. Curtis Jackson in the 40 glizzy. Therefore a fuck nigga think he gon' snatch something. She keep asking me why I'm looking so motherfucking mean. Don't think that the burgers they got me. I don't do no popping, no powders. I pour out the lean. Gotta go get it, I'm in a rush. He gotta make me as clean as a must. These niggas be acting like fuck. Nigga, that why I can't even but fuck with them. In them Glock 40 we trust. Hey, so in them Glock 40 we bust. Hey, rapid fire that I clutch. Heavy artillery under your porch. Wait till you jump out the porch. Hey, came up out the mud, I was stuck. I bought everything for the horse. Uncle Fancy, yeah, I'm in the gut. You a fool if you thought she was yours. Nigga can't run through that bit like a sports. Idiot, do it. Nigga, fuck 12, you don't fuck with the port. Nigga, I'm in the pool right now with a Glock with 2 sticks on it. I pussy, you not about that life, play around and get hit home. Alone in your big home. Bitch, I ball like Giannis, you not even 6, man. And that the little bitch won't. Curtis Jackson in the 40 glizzy. Therefore a fuck nigga think he gon' snatch some. Cutthroat gang, nigga, E2E, yeah. For life, nigga, to the deal for me. Yeah, what a nigga saying. Big wild like shit. Yeah. Gang, nigga. Bitch.
The nigga AI said that black is a misconception that was really heavily in the United States. The misconception of melanated beings being a dominant gene. That's crazy. I got a video somewhere called Dehumanizing and Depopulation. I'm gonna find that bitch. I'm gonna play it on 3 CDs. I'm gonna go find that video. I'm gonna go find it. What up, Kevin J? I'm gonna go find that video. I got a video called Dehumanizing and Depopulating. Some shit like that. How they dehumanizing melanated being. I'm like, oh, fine.
Let's get it.
This new identity. When they rewrite the science books and they give a new explanation for.
Damn. Man, that man came right in on point. That man said when they rewrite the new science book. Man, that man can't. Shout out to my nigga Sanchez, man. That man came right in on point what I got going on right here. Oh, I'm gonna sleep good out there. Hey man, y'all tuck in, man. Get your Zuzu, wham, your snack dog. A little early night. We're gonna run this right here about 11, then we're going over the goddamn 3GD. And I'm gonna find, we might just keep running. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Cause it's boom, we live over here. Ain't no script shit over here. Never have, never been. Shout out to my nigga KMJ. Rockin' with him, nigga.
Let's get it.
This new identity. When they rewrite the science books and they give a new explanation for the origin of races,
what?
they're writing you into their philosophy too. Now keep in mind, ain't no black people controlling this shit. They're giving you the origin.
I got some more videos I'm gonna play tonight, man. I've been looking up. I told y'all I'm gonna go look up some islands and shit. And knowing we know from what the video we watched the last couple of days, we know they came in and they exterminated people off the land. Then they said a couple of hundred years later they started this slave trade thing. So what they was doing was all these millions of people was coming up missing. All of them just ain't died, just get thrown into the river. No, they got took to these islands. Some got down worked on islands and was enslaved on islands, and some was just dropped off on islands to go for what they know. And that's why when you see them pulling back up on people like, hey man, they don't want to be fucked with because you the ones that put them there in the first place. How they know they got put there? By fork law. They people told them what happened to them. They know exactly what happened to them. That's why they very cautious about what boats come through that motherfucker, what ships come through that motherfucker. It's all an organized system that's been put in place when these people wrote that motherfucking bullshit and made you turn against creation and bow down to them. But I'm gonna let my nigga Sanchez go in, bro.
Stories telling you how the races got here, disregarding what your ancestors said. They coming up with their own theologies that would benefit them keeping control. They don't care if it's the truth, and they right.
And then what that man said, they goddamn studied all the archaeologists reports ever made. That man said they studied every last one of them ever made, and they gave us what they wanted us to have. And they hid way more shit than they gave us.
Getting you into these theologies, just like they wrote you into their biblical theology as Gentiles, Hamites, and gave you a fucked up history in that book that you readily accepted and ate up. So the same thing in science when they're telling you the origin of the races with Darwinism, they're writing you in that without your say-so. They ain't going to your people saying, hey, what were you guys' origins? Before we write this science book, we want to have some respect. Because if anybody know where you came from, it ought to be you.
Man, that nigga said some shit today, Charlie, man. That nigga said some shit today, fucked me up. I ain't never thought about this one. He said, man, if you line the timeline up to that shit, nigga, they had monkeys building pyramids. I'm like, hell nah. I ain't never catch that shit, bro. Fuck me up. I said, that nigga so, hey, man, that nigga so crazy with that shit. So they got goddamn apes building pyramids, nigga. With the motherfucking evolution theory, nigga, you had the apes, the ones that built the pyramids. Nigga, what the fuck wrong with these niggas? What up, Oak Cliff? Shit, that boy went ill, that would fuck me up. Why is it damn I ain't never think about that? Shit, niggas folks still at another stage of evolution and looking like a goddamn ape and a monkey and shit. You know what I'm saying? This shit, that nigga don't play, that's my nigga. Shout out to Oak Cliff TV, man. That's my baby, mom folks self. I got that email, I went over there and checked your folks out, yup. We on the same page. We kicking.
Yes, there are plenty of our people that still tracking their oral records down and know who the fuck they descended from. They ain't going by the Bible and modern science.
Salad, that fuck, hey man, that motherfucker fucked me up with that shit today, man. That nigga said, motherfucker, that nigga said, motherfucker, if you line that time over here, you got motherfucking 8 spinning pyramids, nigga. The fuck? Damn, I ain't never thought about that one. Shit. Motherfucker, that evolution ass shit, that Darwin shit, nigga, shit, you got 8 spinning the pyramid instead of the goddamn, the natural, the humans that supposed to develop from the goddamn 8. That shit crazy.
And can't nobody tell them what their ancestry is when they've been tracking it for so long like that. It's biased and it's actually disrespectful to write these people into your theology and give them an origin story that you came up with instead of consort with them and say, hey man.
Sounds just like what I be telling y'all, man. The motherfucker gonna goddamn write you into their shit.
My grandbaby.
You know what I'm talking about? Gonna write you into their shit and then gonna goddamn beat your ass down until you goddamn feel like you got to have a savior. That's why you got so much faith in that shit now, man. Man, nobody need to be saved from creation, man.
We're gonna include you in our theory. But in order to be accurate, we want to know what you guys actually say about your own origin so we won't, just make up something for you in our philosophy. You get what I'm saying? So, with all that being said, right, by them making up an identity in their philosophies on the origins of humanity, you identify with the made-up identity and abandon everything our ancestors was passing down about who we were because they've convinced you that you don't know who you are. You don't know your history. It was taken away from you. But you can find out who you are if you read my Bible, if you come to my seminar, if you attend my Pan-African conference, we can tell you all everywhere we come from. Now, if we had our true identity, wouldn't that put us in our true place in society? I think so. If we realize who we truly were, wouldn't it put us in the rightful position that we truly belong? I think so. So if we still at the bottom, shouldn't we examine how we identify ourselves? Because how we identify ourselves in society determine the position in society that you're going to occupy as a people. You see what I'm saying? So
good Saturday night shit right here.
We gotta talk about the glorification of Kemet and Pan-Africanism because that's the common identity for modern black folk. And it's a new way of thinking. If you talk to some of your great grandmothers and great fathers and ask them are they Kemetic, they won't even know what the hell you talking about. Kemetic? Boy, what you talking about? Your great-grandfather was a Blackfoot Indian, an Alabama Indian. That's where they get the state Alabama from, the Alabama Indian, which were copper-colored people.
Tuscaloosa black.
All right, that was
A lot of these streets and cities named after our ancestors because we're not Africans, y'all. You're on your native land.
Talk this shit, bro.
With that being said, let's get into the type of programming that made us think.
Ooh, that nigga brush that put something on you on your native land, nigga. There's a difference between being goddamn an American native goddamn and a Native American nigga. That nigga goddamn Waka Flocka.
We were Africans and Egyptians, and why adopting that identity is basically you serving the Baphomet. All right. So now we finna get deep now. Let's start this thing. We got our slideshows up. So what do Pan-Africans tell you to make you glorify Kemet? Because that's the second question. Remember, I gave you 2 questions. We answered the first one. Now let's talk about the second one. What did they give you to make you glorify Kemet in Pan-Africanism? You know what they gave you? They gave you mighty pharaohs and beautiful architecture. And they also gave you literature and mythology associated with the Egyptians. And we're going to talk about some of that mythology and show you how they made you glorify something that's self-destructive. But first, before we do that, let's start basic, right? Because the glorification of Kemet was based upon them telling you civilization started in Kemet, government started in Kemet, Christianity started in Kemet, Freemasonry started in Kemet. Basically, all of the pillars of modern mind control and indoctrination started in Kemet. Now you would say, why would you glorify a place that prides itself on founding government, on founding civilization? You say, Brother Sanchez, you sound dumb. Civilization is a beautiful thing. Really? Drinking fluoride and pausing water is beautiful. Breathing poison air. The deforestation of the rainforest, that is what you call civilized today. War after war after war, every time you cut the TV on is something to panic about, and you believe, you've been convinced that you're in a damn civilized world because you've gotten used to chaos.
Let's get it.
You look around you and you let scientists convince you that, look at the great world that was founded upon the mighty forefathers in Kemet. Look around you at this great world we created. We gotta thank the Kemetic people for founding civilization in 5000 BC. Look around you and give thanks to those Egyptian pharaohs and royal men who started government and civilization. Look around you at all of these homeless people and pollution and wars and unemployment and chaos and killing and murder and you, oh man, and tell me, shouldn't we be happy that this type of system we have, isn't it something to be proud of? Children going to war, blowing up each other with grenades for rich people. Veterans getting out of a military with no legs and no support from the very people who enlisted them. An education system that's designed to keep your ass at the bottom.
Peasants. And
a nation that gives more money to the immaturest motherfucking personalities they put in front of your children. All of these damn knuckleheads that's got the bag, that's influencing your children. You think this is something to marvel at. And so much so that you identify with the ones who created this chaos and say, I'm a pharaoh, I'm a Kemite. Don't you know if your great ancestors heard you say that, they'll roll over in their grave? Because the pharaohs took power from your ancestors. Look at the situation of people who calling themselves gods and goddesses are in. And the people who are humble as fuck running the world. Your ass is in the ghetto eating ramen noodles saying you a king, when it's a nigga running a whole goddamn continent who's so humble he's kissing feet. His name the Pope. The Pope go around kissing poor people's feet. Got so much goddamn wealth that he can humble himself. Can't do nothing to him. Let's make the peasants feel good for a day.
The peasants.
People out here saying they kings and queens and living in the most downtrodden environments. Just like the Christians saying that they are the chosen people when they are in the most unchosen predicaments as a people. So why do we see that the people in the most fucked up situations have the most pride and glorification of cultures that is not their identity? Christians have adopted an identity that stems from Jerusalem, Bethlehem. That ain't our true identity, Hebrew. I know many would debate me on that. The Kemetic people, the Pan-Africans, have adopted an identity that is not our true identity. Can't none of them niggas speak no language in Africa. And quite frankly, when the niggas go over there to make friends with the Africans, we ought to get mad at them. You niggas can't get along with each other here. And you're posting pictures up on your Facebook wall of you got your arms around some niggas with bones in their noses. Who gives a fuck? So what? You flew your ass to Africa and made friends with some niggas with bones in their noses. And you came back here and kept arguing and debating the motherfuckers that's right here in America with you. What good does it make? Who does it matter? So what, you took a trip over there to see them big triangles that they call pyramids. I got pyramids in my backyard. Ants make them every day. So what, is a pile of dirt, nigga. You come back over here thinking you on a high horse, because I went and I brought some sand back. You know, so when I make my Kool-Aid, I don't just put sugar in Kool-Aid. I put some Egyptian sand in that shit so I can have some of the history of the pharaohs going through my goddamn bloodstream. That's how them niggas think. Hey man, I brought some rocks back from Giza.
I brought some rocks back from the moon. I got some more.
We're gonna have fun today. I got time. We're gonna get deep, but we're gonna take our time. I didn't arrange no particular order for this. But y'all niggas got to change y'all mentality. Y'all hate each other. And you get off that plane and hug them niggas with that bone in their nose like you always knew them. And you come over here and you can't get along with no nigga whatsoever.
Huh?
All of these folks got identities that make them respect the people they identify with more than the motherfuckers who you know your people in America. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? So a black Christian woman will cuss your ass out.
No, she won't.
But she'll go home and pray to that Jesus to forgive her. She ain't asking you to forgive her. If that imaginary friend forgive her, she all right with it, even though she never made it right with you. They got so much respect for this imaginary deity than they do for the brothers and sisters they gossiping about in that damn church. Just like these Kemetic people, they identify with these African cultures. And they get off that plane and kiss them niggas in the mouth. They get off that plane, my brother, like they always knew them niggas. Because they identify with them, not you. See what I'm saying?
And all them niggas watered down Christians.
So with that being said, let's get into some of this deeper stuff concerning the Baphomet real quick.
Let's talk about that power.
So right now we have an image of Pharaoh Tutankhamun up on the screen.
They control the goddamn.
And we're not going to get into the history of this Pharaoh or nothing. I just want to point something out to you, what was hidden behind the glorification of these pharaohs, right? So, look at this Pharaoh, right? Look at his headdress. Look at the way he's crossing his arms, right? With those instruments. And keep in mind, it's these type of men who we've been taught to glorify. Now, during the time when we started glorifying pharaohs, that was the beginning of religion. This is why Pan-Africans tell you Christianity started in Africa. The reason Christianity started in Africa because the Greeks and the Egyptians united. And a lot of the Christian concepts that the Greeks had, the Africans adopted them like crazy. Like it was just something about Serapis and the Greek concepts that lured the African people. They abandoned their ancestor truth like it was nothing. When Ptolemy and them came over with the Greek concepts, you had a merging where they created gods to blend both of those spiritual systems into one. And today that is called Hellenism, which is Greco-Egyptian based philosophies. That is what we're all involved with today. Now, when I asked you a question earlier, I asked you who gave us these paradigms? Who were responsible, right, for seeding these new concepts in our mind? Because keep in mind, these are indeed new concepts. Like I said, your great grandma don't know nothing about all this Cometicism and all this shit here. Now, hold on. I'm going to pull something up to show you something.
Let's get it.
So you can see who exactly gave us this shit. So a lot of the philosophies that indoctrinate black people today comes from the black Greek societies. Just the fact that it's called a black Greek society shows you the marriage between the colored spiritual systems merging with the Greek ones. So images like this will show you the marriage. When you look at the Pope,
He gonna add on from the last video I played from him, right? We're gonna get out.
Carrying the bent scepter, that was actually the rod of Narmer, and that symbolizes victory after the proto-dynastic period. So during the proto-dynastic period, there were wars taking place between the old spiritual systems of our forefathers and the new spiritual systems emerging with the rise of these people like Ptolemy and Alexander, Narmer, the royal families. So after these proto-dynastic wars, needless to say, they won, and we lost a lot of our true identity and spiritual systems. But what I'm showing you now is the new theologies that were seeded after that to get us indoctrinated. So on the screen, you got black Greeks in the bottom left corner. Now, when you see them stepping, that's exactly how the goat god Pan stepped off for war. So the goat god Pan is the god of pandemonium and panic. In other words, he's a war god of chaos. The god Pan is why we say Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is a religion that black people started to.
This is where your Masonic order came from. And these niggas want to be the greatest of all time, and they all call you a motherfucking goat. Goat fucking ass niggas.
Stopped in the 70s, probably the 60s, a little bit in the 60s, during the neo-paganism movement. We were abandoning all the, hey, I got Indian in my blood, all that Indian talk, you know, because we are natives to this land. We were abandoning that. And you saw a lot of comedians coming out joking, saying, black people love to say they got Indian in their blood. Yo, nappy-headed ass, no, you ain't with no Indians. Ha, 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 ha. You come straight from Africa, nigga. You a booty scratcher with that nappy-ass head.
Bitch-ass motherfuckers. We are the goddamn natives. We are the Indians. We are the Negroes. Goddamn.
A lot of your comedians during the 80s and stuff made a lot of identity jokes. Now, I've done my research on this. Prove me wrong. We were seeking cultural identity, and comedians always joke on the current topic in society. That was the topic during the time. So, a lot of the comedians who also were Freemasons joked us into accepting Pan-Africanism. Niggas start laughing their way into a new paradigm. Hey man, you're right, we can't be Indians. And what the white man did was gave you a new identity for the Indian. He gave you a white Indian, a $5 Indian. And you didn't want to identify with that. So by them taking that identity and you seeing them with that identity, you say, hey, I can't be one of them. I must be an African, because everywhere I look in Africa, people got colored like me. They colored like me. But did you know that the first people that enslaved black Americans were colored like you before the white man even stepped foot over there?
Uh-oh.
This what I'm telling you. There was civil war in Kemet before there were any invader. What was happening in Kemet was the rise of new philosophies,
I know you might remember.
new concepts. What they call God consciousness was rising in Kemet. But prior to God consciousness, we were goddess conscious. We were matriarchal people who served the great mother and revered the life-giving principles of the womb. So this is going to get into the Baphomet, but we got to crawl before we walk. In the collage, let me stay on track because I'm getting ahead of myself. In this collage, you can see the Pope, which is the
And then I was researching them islands today, and these motherfuckers preserve diseased plants and animals on some of these islands. So when they say they came and got our land, and the Europeans came upon us and gave us these diseases. Ain't nobody motherfucking goddamn died from no goddamn smallpox and no chicken pox and no goddamn measles and shit. How you goddamn wipe out a whole goddamn tribes of nation and shit with disease? How you brunk, man? They still vaccinating our ass today. And these motherfuckers, they got islands. I'm looking on these islands where they preserve diseased plants and disease-carrying animals on these goddamn islands. Probably where they dropped some of our ass off the fuck at. I'm gonna show y'all some of that shit goddamn night, man.
embodiment of this deity that we call Pan today. The reason Pan is associated with panic is because if you think of a pan knob on a radio, all right, if the pan knob is not panning, you have a balanced sound. Think of your volume knob. If you go to the left, all of the music gonna be in the left ear. If you go to the right, all of the music gonna be in the right ear. So if you pan to either left or right, you're gonna get an imbalanced sound. But if you keep that knob at 0, right in the middle, that represents the womb. 0 represents womb and balance. When you keep that knob right upright, standing upright, not leaning to the side, the sound will come equally in the left and right ear. So, but when you pan, you create imbalance. So the god Pan is actually associated with panic and pandemonium, like I said. So it's a chaos god, order out of chaos. So, upright having to do with what I just explained. A lot of this got to do with flat earth cosmology, but I really don't want to go into the cosmology. I got a series going on right now that's doing that, okay? But just real briefly, in the flat earth cosmology, right? Let me show you.
Let's get it.
What you have is an upright pole, and it's not panned to the left or right. Okay, it's upright. Remember what I just told you about the radio? That's the frequency of the earth. It's a balanced frequency. It's not the leaning tower of Pisa. Okay, so when you think of what they give,
He said, not the leaning tower of Pisa. Huh? Not the leaning tower of Pisa. What else be leaning? What else they got us leaning on? Ain't the globe hold to be at a motherfucking 23.5 tilt on a Sonic 47? A 23.5 tilt on the motherfucking globe that's spinning around in nowhere and shit? They always hit it with an old tilt, huh?
During the rise of God consciousness was the creation of global cosmology and space programming. And we were getting out of flat earth. But I'm not going to make this about flat earth.
Can't help but make it about flat earth.
All right, let me show you something. So after we we got rid of. See, when you look at the cosmology on the screen, it represents during a time when we were serving goddesses, and it represents upright spirituality before we were Pan. And this is important. I know you might not get what I'm saying now. Let me show you what I mean. Remember what I told you earlier about the radio knob? If you pan it to the left or right, you create imbalance. Trying to listen to a song when all the music just going in the left speaker, that's imbalance. When you keep that knob like you see on the screen with the flat earth cosmology, upright, you get balance. This was flat earth cosmology until they panned it and turned it to the left. What did I tell you? Once you turn that knob, you make a leaning building, it's gonna fall eventually. All government based upon this linked philosophy, this crooked philosophy, stopped us from being upright and created a chaotic cosmology that ruling us out of fear. Now, a lot of this you may be saying, where he's going with this, stay with me. I ain't gonna lead you astray. Check it out, right? Okay, so now let's go back to this Pharaoh. With that being said, so when we look at flat earth cosmology, right? For example, let's do this. Asgard, Tree of Life. When we look at flat earth cosmology, you need to understand something, right? Oh shit, what am I doing? Okay, there we go. Hey, hold up 1 second, people. Hold up 1 second. Hold on, because we finna get into the Baphomet and the Pan-African side. But you got to understand something first. Hold on.
What up, T?
I'm looking for something. Here we go. All right, I found what I'm looking for. Now let's continue. Okay, whenever my computer decide to open up this folder, just froze up on me. All right, bear with me. All right, it opened it. Okay. All right. So what I'm looking for is this image. And I'm about to set up a new slide section for you, so bear with me. And we about to go deeper, right? So share the video and like the video. All right, here we go. I found it. Okay, so now I want you to go back to this Pharaoh, right? Now we about to get into sacred geometry. I'm about to show you the knowledge of self that was hidden behind the glorification of gods. So now I'm about to get into how Pan-Africanism misled our people, right? So Pan-Africanism prides themselves on the fact that they created God consciousness. I want y'all to realize something. God consciousness is a setback in our spiritual evolution. You know why? Because we're so God consciousness, we got more glory and respect for these pharaohs and gods and these lords than we do for ourselves. That's why I said a hell with God consciousness. It's all about self-consciousness. You don't got no respect for your damn self, but you got respect for Norma and Otten and motherfucking Pharaoh Tut and Jesus and Moses, and you'll cuss a nigga out in a heartbeat. You'll threaten a nigga on a live stream in a heartbeat, and then take your ass to Kemet to be baptized at the shrine of the pharaohs and get on your knees to a dead motherfucking pharaoh who went against your ancestors. The pharaohs didn't serve our people. They put us in this damn situation we at now, debt slaves at the bottom of their pyramids of power.
Huh?
Now we glorifying the very people that put us at the bottom of the economic structure.
My nigga.
This fucked up economy was created in Egypt with you at the bottom of it, and you never rose to the top of it because you're glorifying the people that made you, that put you at the bottom. Now let's get into this Pharaoh. Let's talk about how knowledge is power, and by you not knowing the knowledge of self, you at the bottom. You don't have the knowledge of self, but you got the knowledge of all these pharaohs and all of these kings and gods and lords. Now look here, because you don't have the knowledge of self, a lot of your Pan-African leaders, they know so much about pharaohs and gods and kings and queens, but when they black asses got sick, they had to go to the hospital to the same goddamn white man that they...
Where the fuck they get all that goddamn gold? Where all the gold mines and shit around this bitch? All the goddamn gold, they done goddamn robbed. They done robbed the last little bit of gold we had. They done took it up out of Fort Knox. We ain't got shit.
Was bitching about. Tell me I'm lying. You sit your black ass online all day talking shit about this white man, and soon as some start ailing your body, you take your black talkative ass to the white man to get healed. Tell me I'm lying. Because you know more about pharaohs and Kemet and the Nile Valley than you do about the human body. You ain't got no knowledge of self. You can't even heal thyself. You don't even know thyself. The chemistry of how your own damn body works to a level to where you can heal the basic shit concerning your body, but you can teach a 5-hour lecture on Imhotep. Because we don't have the knowledge of self, and we ain't even interested with the knowledge of self. Niggas' boat don't start floating till you bring up a pharaoh. Niggas show up at a lecture and you talking about the human biology, them niggas gonna fall asleep. Soon as you mention a saw, a light gonna come on. Them niggas' head gonna stand up like a fucking light bulb. A saw, oh yeah, now you got their attention. When you talking about something outside of self. Osiris, Narmer, all of these pharaohs ain't got shit to do with me, and I don't care about their glory because they had a lot of motherfucking wives and golden castles and pretty pyramids. Nigga, I will spit on that shit. That's how much I care. If I was in Egypt right now at this pharaoh's tomb, I will spit on that shit. That's how much I care about these dead deceivers. If I was living during the time of the pharaoh, they would have killed me because I would have been the nigga trying to assassinate his bitch ass. I don't believe in no man so mighty that other men gonna serve him and call him God. Bitch, I would. You'll never find me going to kneel before the craft of Amen, the pledge into no craft, to take me to Kemet, talking about we gonna baptize you into the craft of the pharaohs. Nigga, fuck you and them pharaohs. The last time I was baptized, it was in the church, and I'm not gonna do it again because you chocolate coating this shit, nigga. They still giving you niggas Christianity.
That's what I be trying to tell y'all when I say, goddamn it, that shit's still a mythological religion. That's what I be talking about. Shit, if I was gonna goddamn, that's why I be telling y'all I went through that shit. But if I was gonna goddamn do that, I could have stayed in the church. I could have stayed in the fucking church. Hey, I'm over here praising this shit and praying to that shit, and I'm come over here and see some blackness over here and shit. My children had more sense than me. Damn, Dad, I know we want to have this shit, goddamn. Fuck me up. I'm like, goddamn, I'm worshiping this shit, praying to this shit, just like I could have just kept praying to goddamn around there in the Baptist church. Why I was baptized 15 times that round up. Couldn't ever get it right. Shit, I'll come on here and treat this shit like a goddamn religion. Nigga, I want to know what's up. I want to know the truth. I ain't on the goddamn hunt to come over here and just trade religion, swap this shit out, paint Jesus black and all this old shit. You want to paint them motherfucking shit black in there? Yeah, it was our story. Yeah, just paint everything black. Just get a color and just paint everything black. It's all right. Just shade everything in black and it's alright. No, it don't work like that, man. Get them up with these weak ass stories back, man, and find out what the fuck the truth is, bro.
Christ was a damn title that was equivalent to Pharaoh, Lord. So don't you see the cross? Don't you see his arms? Let's talk about the symbolism that these pharaohs is showing you so you can see how the knowledge of self was hidden behind you glorifying this nigga here. I'm serious. What make y'all so scared and so glorified about these pharaohs? That's just another nigga who piss and shit like me. He's beneath me far as I'm concerned. This nigga got an army and all that. I got nothing. And I'm motherfucking fulfilling my wishes and my destiny. I wasn't born with no silver spoon like no bitch ass pharaoh. You may think what I'm doing disrespectful, but I'm doing this on purpose to get people used to talking about pharaohs in a disrespectful way. You can do that. That's okay. Let me tell you something. When I was in school, they told me to say Alexander the Great. When I found out what Alexander did to my ancestors, I didn't want to call him great no more. You can't make me talk good about somebody. They programming y'all. You know, Alexander the Great.
It was turned into the beast. It was turned into the beast, Brown. It was turned into a beast system. It turned into the mark of the beast. But that ain't what it was about. It's about yourself. It's about self and your magnetic energized body that you know what I'm saying, can alkaline and goddamn become part of the goddamn magnetic structure that you're supposed to be a part of creation, because everything is electrified, but they changing it. You don't see? Like, come on, break it down.
Are you calling him great? That nigga murdered so many of our ancestors.
It's the mark of the beast now.
Let's call him Alexander the Greek. How about that?
It's just like goddamn 666, the mark of the beast. But that ain't what it's supposed to represent. It's supposed to represent your structure, your neutrons, electrons, and protons. But it's the mark of the beast today. The extra mark of the beast today. Cause these niggas fall for this goddamn flam shit.
It's not great. So if you could speak good about these damn crusaders and invaders, why can't we speak bad about them? In fact, we should speak bad about egotistical rulers who created a peasant class, put you at the bottom of it, hid the knowledge of self, hid the knowledge that would empower you and put you on a level. They made that into occult knowledge. And that's what we about to get into today. So I ain't got no respect for no pharaoh, and if a nigga got something he want to get all bent out of shape about it, then what's happening? You can't make me serve your God or have respect for your God. I don't like Jesus. He's an enemy of me, and I don't like no pharaohs or no shit associated with Kemet, because when I see a pharaoh, I see a nigga that put my people in the position they in today. You see a royal ruler, and he was balling. Look at him. His tombstone made out of gold. I want to be just like the pharaoh. No, I don't. I want to kill niggas like him. Selfish niggas like him, who's hoarding the abundance of entire nations and people under his damn fingertips while they suffer. You want to identify with that. I'm a king, I'm a queen. Do you know how evil kings and queens are, you idiot? Your ancestors wouldn't want to hear you say that. That right there is God consciousness. Self-consciousness is when you realize I live in the goddamn projects. I'm not no damn king. Think about what I'm talking about. Self-consciousness. Let's look at the words. Consciousness means to be aware of your situation, to be aware of your predicament, to be self-aware of your surroundings and environment. Meaning if I'm in the jungle and damn lions are surrounding me and I choose not to be aware of that, I choose not to be self-conscious that I have myself in a lethal situation, I'm going to get eaten up by lions out of my own ignorance. I chose not to be aware of them lions around me. I chose to ignore them, and I heard them growling. Self-consciousness. God consciousness, when you surrounded by them lions, you're gonna see self-consciousness. When them lions surround you, you're gonna realize at that moment, oh, I got myself in a fucked up position. What am I gonna do to get out of it? And you're gonna think fast and save yourself. A God-conscious person, when they get surrounded by them lions, they ain't gonna do none of that. They gonna immediately start praying to Jesus. And as they pray, they're gonna be dinner. They gonna be the last motherfucking supper. Cause you got God consciousness. You ignored them damn lions around you and start praying to an imaginary friend, thinking he was gonna come save you from some real lions. God consciousness. Self-consciousness make you self-reactive. Ain't depending on nothing outside of me to come save me from nothing. Ain't depending on nothing outside of me to give me glory or to make me.
The way I explain king, queen, God, goddess, the way I explain it is the titles. Just like in the royal system. You got the king, the queen, the duchess, the dukes, the lords. It's part of a system. You have on a system, you got a goddess and a god. The titles. You know what I'm talking about? It's like to be productive in a natural system. It's matriarchal. Because we all know, anyway, we come from the female, man. It's just like when you're dealing with anything in nature, everything, respect the mom and stuff. It's a trip, boy. You got us set up right now, man. It's patriarchal system. You know what I'm saying?
Feel good about myself, nigga. You know why I say that? Because y'all niggas look at these pharaohs and y'all get on hard. You go to the damn Jew. You go to a white Jew and tell them, look here, man, I want me a gold pharaoh charm on my necklace. You give your money to a white Jew to make you a cosmetic pendant, and you walk around a ghetto saying you a king. Think about that. Think about that image. Think about that image. All right, so the thing about it is, people with this type of mentality have God consciousness. You can't tell these niggas they're not gods and goddesses. They're not identifying with their current reality. They're identifying with a historic reality that didn't have shit to do with them. Them pharaohs back in them days were rich as fuck. They children still ruling the world today. Yours are still working for them. What make you think if I rewind time?
Yeah. They children are still ruling the world today in cahoots with that bullshit. I showed y'all this on field on video when I showed y'all. It got some bloodlines, some blood lineage. You'll never see these motherfuckers.
That you were the ones on the throne. How was everybody motherfucking pharaohs when most of the world's servants today? How do you got most of the damn people working at McDonald's saying they gods and goddesses? What is the nigga who own the land that your city built on if you the damn god flipping a burger, nigga? What reality you niggas living in? See, you ain't self-consciousness. You satisfied with flipping that burger long as you can take that check and go to the next damn Black Power conference. That Christian is satisfied at that job flipping a burger because he know when he go to church Sunday, the pastor gonna tell him, man, you got a streets of gold waiting on you. You got a golden mansion waiting on you. And that gives them some more energy to go to work and take some more shit at the job for another week. The Pan-Africans doing the same thing. You're working for the people that you're bitching about, and you're going to the goddamn conference getting glorification outside of you. Some nigga telling you, look, we had streets of gold. We had golden pyramids. Look at your ancestor in this golden coffin. And you get happy, and that's enough for you to go back to work the next.
Like that video I played last night, a dude was talking that good shit about that chip, then he would have hollered about the body of Christ. The fuck, you gonna cry to the beast about the beast. You gonna cry to the beast. Oh, beast, beast, beast. Yo, pray to the beast about the goddamn beast. You don't get a problem with the beast to the goddamn beast and think you supposed to get help out this shit. You don't goddamn cry to goddamn Jesus about the motherfucker who gave you the motherfucking Jesus. Then get mad at a nigga like me.
They ignoring your current situation, that you're struggling, that if you miss one more damn day, your lights might go off, and that everything, you're back against the wall. You can't see your way off this damn hellish situation that's before you. It's like every damn step you take 2 steps backwards, like somebody built it for you to lose. But you got glory though, you got pride though, you feel good though. You feel good though.
Yeah,
you know why? Because you're living through the Pharaoh's glory. You in the projects, but your mind is in medieval Kemet. In your heart, you are royal, even though you warming up noodles in the microwave. In your mind, you built pyramids, even though you're building trap houses today. Fuck my current reality. I'm ignoring all that because I'm living in the mind of a royal pharaoh subconsciously. So I'm not self-aware of the hellish predicament my people really are in, because there's an out for me. There's an out, right? I can live vicariously through this guy. And if I rewind time and showed you what your family was doing during the time these people were ruling, the same shit you doing, nigga, working. They wasn't ruling. What make all of y'all niggas think y'all was on thrones and y'all was pharaohs and kings and gods and shit? If everybody was gods, who the fuck was serving them? Wasn't no servants? Listen, you got a whole world full of just rulers, wasn't no servants. Everybody gods today. So we got to get out of that. We got to get out of that fake paradigm. Now let's get deep into the sacred geometry. So how did this pharaoh hide the knowledge of self? Now let's take a look at his headdress. What did this headdress mean? A lot of people say this means kundalini and serpent energy, okay? But you're halfway right, okay? Because when you get to talk about kundalini and serpent energy, niggas go to misinterpreting that as all this mysterious, magical shit. And a lot of Pan-Africans say that, for example, the headdress of the pharaoh represent the serpentine energy, or the cobra, right? The cobra. This is where you talk about the serpent knowledge from. But the way these Pan-African Masons give you this knowledge, it don't empower you. They hiding your power behind the pharaoh. So when you look at this pharaoh, what they teaching you is that it represents a cobra getting ready to attack. It represents striking and attacking in force. It don't represent none of that. It represents serpent energy. Now, what is serpent energy? It's energy that's based upon the principles of the sine wave. See, when you come to me, I deal with science. When you go to them, you deal with ego and glorification. It symbolizes striking. A lot of them Pan-Africans will tell you that. They'll say this headdress symbolizes the cobra about to strike. You know, that's you're missing the spiritual implications. This is not what the ancestors taught. To the ancestors, the serpent was a symbol for the sine wave. And the sine wave energy comes into the body through the crown chakra. So if you look at this image, this is an image of the human electromagnetic energy field. What I'm showing you now is the knowledge of self. What I'm teaching you right now is the knowledge of self, right? This is your aura that's around your body. And everyone right now is a king, is a queen, but not a ruler. You're only ruling over your own body.
Your own crown.
It was forbidden for men to rule over men in pre-dynastic times. That's why it's called pre-dynastic. The only way you can create a dynasty is if you got men ruling over men. During pre-dynastic times, people didn't look at shit like that. Men were more manly. Men had a philosophy that said, hey, I'm not, serving no other man, but my father, my granddaddy. I'm not going to worship some god. And
I ain't finna do shit or my daddy or granddad, that's it. For real.
His 30s. I'm 70 years old, and I'm praying to a God that...
Uncle catch hell, goddamn, making me goddamn do something. All right, Uncle, all right, okay, Uncle, all right, man. Shit didn't get too old, Uncle, goddamn, your shit creek for real, goddamn, Uncle. All right, Uncle, Uncle get that respect, but Uncle don't get it like Papa and Granddaddy, but Uncle get that respect too, but I'm just saying, they don't goddamn be bowing down no other niggas, man. These niggas like him bowing down on YouTube, nigga. See these niggas on some whole shit. Nigga bow down to niggas, man. These niggas crazy.
Died when he was 33. If Jesus was alive, my great-granddaddy can teach Jesus more about life than Jesus can teach my great-granddaddy. He was only 33.
Facts.
He was a baby. Y'all praying to babies, and you damn 70, 60, 50 years old. Now check this out. In the pre-dynastic time, they didn't have dynasties because men didn't worship other men. The rise of these rulers forced our people to start worshiping other men. We didn't do it willingly. Our ancestors had a lot of ego. We had some warriors back during them pre-dynastic times. They weren't going to willingly get on their knees and worship a pharaoh. That's why they had to put a lot of them to death and use fear to make them worship them. These were the first gods on earth, family. The pharaohs represented the rise of God consciousness because they were considered the gods on earth in the flesh, and people literally worshiped them. But what did I tell
you? Who that remind you of? Who that remind you of? The royal family sitting over there in heaven. The goddamn Pope. The Pope is God on earth. Then you goddamn be all off into that book and shit, praise and shit, and don't realize when they goddamn decipher that shit all the way, when you go all the way down to the core of that shit, the Pope is goddamn God, Jesus, on earth. They wrote themselves in the goddamn power to govern over every goddamn thing.
Tell you, before people worship pharaohs and glorified pharaohs, we glorified the science behind creation and the human body. In other words, before we glorified pharaohs and we had God consciousness, we had self-consciousness. Open up your third eye and look at the images so you can see how the pharaoh is hiding self-consciousness behind sacred geometry. I'm going to do this again. Look at his headdress. Look at the X on his chest. Now look at the human aura field. You see why the pharaoh headdress is like that? You see why he got an X on his chest? Because the energy makes an X around your chest. These two little cones are wrapping like an X. It's making an X like a shoestring tied. And they're they're wrapping up like an X right at the chest, because it's the heart that's tying the ethereal energy from the heavens to the underworld energy below the earth. This was the ancestors' way of basically saying that above you represents positive, below you represents negative, and what powers your body is a vortex at the bottom of your feet and above your head, where you're actually pulling energy to pump to make your heart beat. Your heart is beating and it has to get the energy from somewhere. Your aura represents the very energy that's fueling your body. In other words, humans don't have souls. Souls have humans. Shout out to my brother Masterpiece. We got a one-on-one coming up. That was a quote from him.
Shout out to Masterpiece.
This is a quote from the brother Masterpiece. He said that humans don't have souls. Souls have humans. And he showed this image. And the hairs on my skin stood up when he said that. Shout out to Masterpiece. That's a quote that's going to be with us forever. Okay? So if you look at this image, you see why he said that. The soul is actually around the body. The soul is the mold. See, if you take cookie dough and put it in a cookie mold, the mold is always around the dough. The dough represents the physical elements, the clay, the body, which is made out of the earth. It's molded by the soul. The very definition of you is directly related to your spirit. The dimensions of the body are directly related to that which is enclosing it. For example, if I want to make star-shaped cookies, I put them in a star-shaped mold. If you want to make a human that looks like Bro Sanchez, there's only one mold you can use, and that's my soul. Once you fill this soul up with the elements, Brother Sanchez gonna always appear in the middle because it's my mold. If you fill up a star-shaped cookie mold with cookie batter, you ain't gonna get a doggone box-shaped cookie. You're gonna always get a star because that mold gonna always turn that physical matter into the shape that it is. So you are who you are, and your soul is a unique mold that shape the physical elements into your unique self. Now I got off on a tangent there. Let's show you how. See, everything I just taught you, it felt good to you when you heard it. You know why? Because it's the knowledge of self. This is food for the soul. If I was telling you about Pharaoh, Imhotep, and Narmer, I'll sit here for 2 hours telling you how mighty and how great these pharaohs were, and ain't telling you nothing good about yourself. I'm going to tell you something, y'all. Listen to me. I was online the other day, and I was going through these pro-black live streams, and there was a lot of people live, and my heart started to hurt. Because what I realized was a pattern. Everybody was glorifying ancient ancestors while shitting on modern children. In other words, none of them had nothing good to say about modern black people. I don't want to name the names, but I was hearing them say stuff like, niggas today too lazy. Y'all niggas ain't gonna do shit. Niggas won't even donate. We have conferences and y'all niggas don't even show up. That's why the white man ahead of y'all niggas. Niggas ain't doing this right. Black people, we the worst motherfuckers on earth. And all of this talk. But when they started to talk about these pharaohs, you have 4-hour lectures on how great these guys were. And I said, you know what? They have nothing bad to say about these dudes. But everything bad to say, and that's crazy. I say, you know, this is the Christian theology. Because when I was a Christian, they went on for hours and hours on the history of Moses and Paul and Peter. And they went for hours on how great Abraham was and how great Jesus was. But when they talked about the congregation, it was negative. The pastors will be like, and you don't want to tithe right, and your women coming up in here with the skirts too short, and your man coming up in here, and you ain't acting manly enough. You ain't treating your woman right. And I was like, damn. Every time they speak about the congregation, it's on some negative shit. None of you worthy of the glory of Jesus, but yet he still give it to you, and they'll go crazy. You a filthy, wretched sinner. You're beneath God, but yet he love you. Yay, hallelujah. And now that I'm awake, I'm like, damn, that's some very discouraging, and that kind of shit is why we ain't got no pride or belief that we can conquer our situation without a God or a pharaoh or some spiritual, abstract, subconscious, fake type of pride. Like, I remember sitting there for hours and hearing these pastors glorify mythological, historical figures while talking shit about the congregation. And I saw the trend amongst the pro-blacks, and I realized this is a big Masonic motherfucking religion. And they all on code with the same pattern. This ain't no coincidence now that most of these pastors are Freemasons. Most of these Pan-Africans are Freemasons. And all of them giving us this same formula, right? Of fuck you, you ain't worthy, but you should glorify a mythological or some ancient pharaoh who you never, it's an imaginary. Far as you concerned, man, none of these motherfuckers could have really existed. So look at this pharaoh, because everything that you need to feel good about yourself, you don't feel good about yourself. You got people who only feel good when they praising God or talking about some Kemet shit. That's when they feel good.
I'm talking about a
Other than that, when they at home by themselves looking in the mirror, they hate they fucking self. They only feel good behind a made-up identity. Man, when they put them unks on and that dashiki on, that's when they feel complete. They don't feel good in their naked body. They don't feel good in it till they put some on top of it that ain't them. So let me show you something. How God consciousness hid self-consciousness. See, this guy was a god, but if you look at his dress code, he's hiding the knowledge of self and the information that will make us give ourself glory. We giving it to him subconsciously because the third eye reads symbolism. It don't talk language. So when you look at him, whether you have knowledge of self or not, that very imagery resonates with yourself, even though you would give that glory to yourself if I taught you this image. But Pan-Africans don't teach y'all about the human aura. They teach you about this guy who hid the image of self. And if you look at it, that's what he's showing you. See, this headdress around his head, look at it. Look at how the energy is bursting out the top and wrapping around. That's what we got here. This is the knowledge of self. But we don't have the knowledge of self because they don't teach you this shit here. They teach you this shit here. So you got more glory for pharaohs and gods than you don't even know how your fucking body work, man. That's why you praying to God to fix your illnesses. When God is hiding the knowledge of self that would allow you to become God and heal your damn self. Knowledge is power. So the knowledge of self is why you can't empower yourself. It's why you seek to be empowered and healed outside of yourself. Pan-Africans going to white hospitals and coming back after the white man made them feel better, talking shit about the man that just healed you, nigga. You need to be worshiping him. Till you learn how to heal yourself, you need to be worshiping that white man, nigga, because you was hurt. And you went in that white man hospital and he treated you and made you feel better just so you can go back out and talk more shit about him. The knowledge of self will make you not be such of a damn hypocrite. Don't you know that?
Free game.
Niggas want enough knowledge to make them feel good, even if it ain't who they really are. They can teach you 4 hours about Kemet and all the good shit that started in Africa. You know, like it's good stuff that government started in Africa, so you should be happy. So let's break the word down. Governmental. Motherfuckers governing people's minds is something I should be proud of. The fact that mind control started in Africa, nigga. What's wrong with y'all, folk? Straight up now. And let's move on. So the serpent knowledge was how to generate energy, folks. If you don't understand sine wave, you don't understand one of the basic fundamental principles of how energy flows. Energy flows in a sine wave pattern or a serpent pattern. Energy flows in waves, and it's called a sine wave. What I'm giving you right now is serpent knowledge. What some niggas give you for serpent knowledge, they say, you see that damn headdress of that pharaoh? That represent a snake about to bite ya. Come on, folk, y'all that shallow and simple. You don't know the spiritual science and alchemy behind this shit. You don't know the damn sacred syncretism and sacred geometry behind this shit. Bro Sanchez, the only one got to come save the folks, man. If that's so, then y'all better donate for real, though. Like, I'm not asking you to donate. I'm saying donate. I'm telling you to donate. Real talk, man. Real talk. That's just respect right there. I feel disrespected. Real talk.
Music. Energy wave.
Let's move on, man.
Let's get it.
So what is this pharaoh hiding from you? Free energy. What do you mean, Brother Sanchez? Let me show you something. Here's an ancient flat earth tree of life. This tree of life represents free energy. Let me show you the science behind it. Hold on a second. I'm going to pull up this image for you. The first pharaohs hid the cosmology behind the atom. They told you that the universe was created from the Big Bang, but the atom is Saturn. Atom is Saturn. Atom or octon is Satan. The atom was the beginning of hell or heliocentric based cosmology. Let me show you. This image shows you geocentric cosmology that has foundations. In the hell-based cosmology, there are no foundations. You got shit whirling around foundationless in a bottomless pit. Adam was the god of the underworld. The first pharaoh that y'all glorifying for Pan-Africanism, the Pope is an embodiment of him. Look in the bottom right corner. In other words, the religious mythology is backed up by the scientific. See, the religion give you the mythology, and the science give you the pictorial interpretation. In other words, the imagery for it. So when the Christians said, let there be light, the scientists are working for the Vatican. So when the Christians said, let there be light, what the scientists did, they created that for the theology and science. But it all is you worshiping the Baphomet, because the God you looking at now was the Reaper, the God of the underworld. They changed the word ripple to the word Reaper and turned it into the ripples into rings and made a God named Saturn. And they created a new cosmology under these gods.
Y'all called it.
Baphomet, because the God you looking at now was the Reaper, the God of the underworld. They changed the word ripple to the word Reaper and turned it into the ripples into rings and made a God named Saturn. And they created a new cosmology under these gods. This was the rise of God consciousness that we still under today. They told you the universe was born from a god, as if men got vaginas. That's why prior to this, we had goddesses. See, when they start creating this new religion and this new god worship, you got to remember, with every god, when you create a god, you also got to create a creation story. A god ain't a god if he didn't create the earth. So when they started creating these new gods and forcing people to worship the pharaohs, that was the beginning of a male created universe as opposed to a female conceived universe that was born. If the universe was born, how was it also created in a sequential order? That's stupid. It contradicts itself. The thing I'm saying is this. Everything they giving you for modern space programming is centered around Pan-Africanism, Cometicism, and Greek concepts. This god Saturn became Santa, and he represents the North Pole. And this is, like I said, comes from geocentric cosmology. But they turned it into global cosmology when they replaced the goddesses, which represent this tree of life, with the gods. They created a new concept of space. So I don't want to get too deep with the cosmology, but I will refer to it here and there just for reference. Now, the reason I brought that up is because if you look at what you're seeing on the left for the Big Bang, I want you to pay attention to the sacred geometry, because that's plagiarization. So they took the true ancient concepts and turned it into a chaos theory. Remember, Pan represents panic. The universe that they giving you cause you to constantly panic that a meteor may attack. Life can end. That's Christianity, y'all, because remember, Christians told you any given moment the world can end and Jesus can come back and destroy the earth. These the same people giving you the same concepts in different paradigms. And they reinforcing it to black people under Pan-Africanism. Why do Pan-Africanisms teach the globe when the Africans were flat earthers? It's a Masonic cult, y'all. To pan you back to pandemonium. You think you free with that shit, but you're not. You're just another Christian that's chocolate coated. It's the same shit, and as I get deep into this, I'm going to show you that today. So look at this image that they giving you for the Big Bang. That's the all-seeing...
Shit, if it ain't true, it ain't true. How you going to paint it black and it going to all be okay? Just take your Jesus and just put some goddamn... Put your brown crayon on them, put the black crayon on them, put your red crayon on them, a yellow crayon on them, and everything be all right. That's childish, man. That's childish.
Of Saturn, and if you pay attention to it, the light is making an X with a huge line going through the middle. And you know what they're plagiarizing, family? This is what they're plagiarizing, the flat earth truth. So you will take it from the modern crusaders and hell-based Greco-Egyptian cultures, but you won't go back to the pre-dynastic time, during the time before civilization, because you think them people weren't civilized. This image right here was what the ancestors had before all of these theories. Remember, the word theos means God. So what I'm telling you is that they took this image on the screen and they turned it into God. Do you see this? I want to know who third eye open. Because these Kemetic folks talk a lot of shit about flat earth, and they glorify pharaohs when the pharaoh buried himself with the flat earth cosmic code embedded into the positioning of his body. The ritual position of his body was based upon flat earth cosmology, even though he was teaching the peasants about a globe. See, the truth about flat earth will allow you to generate energy. This how they get their power, y'all. Selling people electricity. This why the god Zeus was a god of electricity and power. This was the first beginning of Pan for energy. Why you think when they created all this shit, they also created money, and they called money the new currency because they created a dumb group of people called peasants who didn't know how to make generators no more. See, in the pre-dynastic world, there were no dynasties because everybody had knowledge and knew how to create energy. See, every household knew how to make his own little generator and everything. It was basically an independent-based world. When no companies. It was common knowledge for you to build your own electricity device. Each house had its own independent, when no grid like today, where everybody got telephone poles running across the damn nation because we dumb as fuck, so we gotta pull our energy from somebody who know how to generate energy because you don't know how, but you know how to twerk though. You know how to teach a knowledge on the pharaoh, but you don't know how to cut your lights on without the white man having the technology. If all of you Pan-Africans was in the jungle, your niggas wouldn't have electricity because the white man, the only one got true knowledge on how to empower his damn nation. So the pharaoh flat earth cosmology here. So once again, this was nothing exclusive to the pharaoh. All cultures understood this principle. You see these cultures with this same symbol on their faces in a lot of cultures. It's because they know the earth is flat. See, anthropologists fly over these places and they speak about white light. And they got y'all thinking that it's some kind of aliens and Vermonters. But what they're hiding is free energy. You know why? When they talk about the white lights that they send, because they're not able to land. If they land, these people will kill them. They don't allow outsiders. A lot of these cultures know the flat earth truth and the true cosmology. They got pathways that lead them to the North Pole, to the ethereal gateways, and they are still channeling a lot of energies that we abandon. But they don't allow outsiders. They'll kill you if you come there. Now, anthropologists have said they do flyovers, right, where they fuel up the plane and fly over it and look down and spy on them. Mm-hmm. They talk about seeing white lights, and when they come and talk about it to us, they talk about aliens and shit and throw you off. But if you open up your damn mind, if they telling you they seeing white lights, they telling you these people ain't getting their light from fire, man. It'll be red light, yellow light. If anthropologists is flying above these places reporting white light, they don't want you to know these people ain't primitive.
Y'all hear that shit?
Because what you looking at right now, what that symbol is on that man's face is actually how to generate energy, yo. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you. See, they turned it into the atom. But it's actually, if you look at the top left corner, that's an electromagnetic energy field. Remember, it's like an X with a line in it. That's the secrets on how to turn the lights on right there. That's how to tap into the ether and basically generating energy is like generating water from a river, where you got running rivers and a bunch of houses that'll create like a tunnel from their house to the river. So when they cut the damn sink on, the water will just run to their house. They don't got to keep walking to the river. So just like water, electricity is all around us. It's just the fact that it exists within a fourth state of matter that you got to have certain technology to be able to harness. So to pull water from a river, you don't need no advanced technology. All you need is a pipe system and an irrigation system, right? But to pull energy directly from the ether, you need energy generators. And that's not really complicated to make. Basically, energy is made by motion. So to generate energy is all about generating perpetual motion. Now, when you get perpetual motion going, it's simple after that. You can just draw energy from that motion. You create energy when you blink your eyes. Energy is so abundant that scientists can create sunglasses that will translate the energy from your eye blinks to power your house and cell phones.
Y'all remember them goddamn energy? Y'all remember them goddamn energy generators I showed y'all that was produced by the waterways? They had them water pumps out there, and I showed y'all how they was producing that energy. I showed y'all that shit. And the inside they had that little meter, the pan that would go from one side to the other, and it generated that whole village. Y'all remember I showed y'all that shit? Just by out there, just pumping that water. All them little motherfucking little plungers just plunging down in the water and goddamn producing all that energy. These motherfuckers harvesting energy. Remember I told y'all, remember we was talking about I think we was talking about the Nipsey case. No, yeah, we were talking about the Nipsey case when we were talking about who owned Shell and all that shit, how they was goddamn preserving all of the energy and shit, getting energy and reserving energy and shit. And that man who owned Shell, said it was a must that they go and preserve all that energy, take all the energy. Remember we listened to that man yesterday. The one I told you, Daniel Pena, when he said every so many square feet of the Earth's surface, the sun give it way more energy than needed. And they, man, I'm telling you, bro, do what time it is.
Every eye blink generates a lot of energy. That's just an eye blink. Imagine a workout. Imagine if they created a jumpsuit that the energy you use during a workout, it'll power your house.
That's why they had the little water system up under the pyramid. When we used to goddamn go to the pyramid and say it was a goddamn it was like a energy regulator. What they had when the limestone was still on that shit probably lit up. It had a little water tunnel where they were trying to tell everybody that doing was motherfucking tunes. Oh goddamn tunes, them energy generators, bro. And the water, how they had the water flow through that shit was the goddamn conductor, was a conduit. Water is remember I used to look up goddamn remember how they try to trick you with the definition when we went and looked that shit up. I had to goddamn go in there and get them definitions and freak the funk back with their ass and make them say what I want them to say. Water is a goddamn great conductor of energy. They don't want to tell you that straight out. They gonna tell you all that other shit. When you get to the bottom line, goddamn it, water is a great conductor of energy, motherfucker. They be trying to get down, man. They be on some bullshit.
For 2 days, they could have been had this kind of technology. Energy is a byproduct of motion. It's the most abundant thing in the cosmos. You literally could create sunglasses and power whole damn street corners with eye blinks. I'm not making this up. You blink so much in a day, and the energy that each eye blink causes is enough to pay your bills, but no, you go to work to do it. I'm telling you, they can't make money if they showed you this shit. So energy is perpetual motion or a constant motion. If you got flowing water, you can create electricity from that through hydro systems and create a type of electric system through that. Anything perpetual motion, you can harness energy from the motion of it. Right. So the reason I'm saying that is because to show you this image here in the top left corner represents perpetual motion. The sun and moon are the negative and positive to a perpetual motion device, which we call the earth. What am I telling you? The earth is a huge energy generator. Your body is a huge energy generator. Everything is a vortex based upon this torus field. Excuse me. Now, in the top left corner represent the knowledge of self.
How the fuck ancient bones and ancient dinosaur bones and all that shit produce fossil fuel? And goddamn it, you don't think your bones and shit produce fossil fuel? Hey man, that's some bullshit. I gotta look some shit up. Yeah, what's a renewal? What's a renewal to this shit? Creation is nothing but a renewal of energy. That's what it is, bro.
And all the other images represent how they hid this knowledge in the top left corner of perpetual motion behind the gods. So if you look in the top left corner, let's do sacred geometry. Let me train your third eye. Let's simplify the symbol. It's an X with a line in the middle. Now look at that God down there with them wings. That's the God, that's a form of the Baphomet. That's the God Baal or Baal. The God Marduk, which is a Sumerian form of the Baphomet. The reason this God was called a shapeshifter is through sacred geometry. The God take many shapes because the electromagnetic energy field can be personified in many forms. So that God down there with the wings is what? A X with a line in the middle. We simplified it so you can see how they translated it from the truth right here, which is free energy and electromagnetism in the top left corner. That's what that dude got on his face. He know about electricity. And you don't, because they turn power into a God concept. When you talk to Americans about power, they don't even think about electricity. They literally think about Jesus and gods. You know, so if anthropologists are flying over these remote tribes, reporting sightings of white light, why do they translate it as UFOs? It's a code, man. They speaking over your head, man.
I guess when they goddamn dropped them motherfuckers off with their slave shit, they went over there and goddamn tapped back into it. They tapped back into it, huh? They tapped back into what they already knew. Ran them off their own goddamn land where they had built all these goddamn wonderful goddamn power sources and shit through these step pyramids and shit. You come and slave a motherfucker, run them all, put them on a ship and then take them to a deserted motherfucking island somewhere. Shit. Motherfucker had to tap in, nigga.
They know what that implicates. It implicates that these people know about toric energy. It implicates that these people never lost the knowledge of the ether. It implicates these people still practicing flat earth cosmology and powering up their villages, and they ain't striking no goddamn sticks together.
Bitch.
See? Let me show you something. They playing with y'all. They truly playing with y'all. Let me show you something. Hold on a minute. Look at this. Let me show you something. They really joking on y'all, man. Like, they joking on y'all. Like, they speaking a language above your head to hide energy from you. They told you our ancestors was primitive and they were striking two sticks together, and they showed you pictures like this. Now, take the picture on the right and compare it to the picture on the left and realize that it's a big joke being played on you. Because the two sticks striking together is them really mocking and laughing and hiding the fact that them people ain't striking those sticks together if them anthropologists said that the light they saw was white. I'm not no damn fool, man. I'm gonna make some red, orange light, and it's gonna flicker. anthropologists flying over these places reporting white light, and you telling me they striking sticks together? These folks laughing at y'all. Them folks got electricity on in them jungles. I don't care what you saying. The very cosmology holds the secret on how to generate electricity. And you so dumb, you think ain't no...
Y'all hear this shit? Put an 8 in the chat if y'all goddamn getting this shit. And if you goddamn understand. They say they flying over saying white light. So it mean them goddamn people in them jungles, them uncivilized people understand creation, huh? Understand the ethers and the energies and how to goddamn use that energy to create light, right? Y'all might not agree.
We them people know how to build an energy generator, bro Sanchez, because we don't, and we more advanced than them. You stupid. Somebody telling you more advanced than them people and you ain't talked to them people yourself, and everything them people teaching these fools, stealing it from them. I'm showing you the plagiarization. They learned electricity from these people in the jungle, coming back telling you that they invented it and that them people striking sticks together, but you're reporting white lights like a fool. Y'all minds is not investigative enough. You don't do enough critical thinking. People talk over your head and laugh at you, and you get on YouTube making lectures thinking you know something, and these folks laughing saying, look at this dumb nigga. Make sure we bump his shit to the top. Make sure all of his shit get the views, cause he don't know what the fuck, he don't get it yet. He ain't got the occult implications of this shit yet. He a surface nigga.
Y'all said 8, goddamn.
So,
real shit.
Why would our ancestors be striking sticks together when the very cosmology that they had connected them to electricity? And the ancestors spoke about an electric universe, and they turned electric to the word el. What color is electricity? Let me guess. Could it be the same color that the light that they giving you for the fucking Big Bang? Yeah, I think electricity look just like that blue light they giving you from space. The birth of El, or us coming from the dark age, because a lot of these ancient people had to run into the jungles with the secrets of free energy.
They had to get the fuck on.
They were going around telling you they was burning up libraries. Y'all so stupid. I was in the military, man. When a war break out, the first thing we bomb is the energy grid. We turn the lights out. I'm not making this up. Ask anybody.
That's the first thing a nigga do right now. First thing a nigga do right now to a nigga. What they call that shit? Disclaimer. She ain't gonna snatch a nigga meat out of this shit. Come out there in a minute. Wait on nigga, run up out the front door, run up in there on the head, turn the lights out on a motherfucker. Shit. Go there, snatch that nigga meat. Pay a motherfucker, goddamn man, go there, snatch that nigga meat out of this shit. Yeah. Take the lights out on them niggas. Who that boy was that rapper war they got into it and shit, and that nigga say he hit the lights on their ass. Shit, he telling me them lights, boy, them lights is going down, nigga, shit.
That's common warfare knowledge. They ain't telling you what was really happening during the Dark Ages. They was cutting the lights out, man.
Dog,
and they was rewriting history telling you that these people didn't know nothing about energy. They was striking sticks together. The two sticks struck together is the symbol that man got on his face. And if you ask that man, hey brother, does this symbol mean two sticks being struck? He gonna say, no, this is electromagnetism. The Hindu gonna do this. Let me show you what the Hindu gonna do. That man gonna say, don't insult me like that, dog. We know about electricity too, bro. Just because we wear skirts and we don't wear clothes don't mean we don't know how to turn the lights on, bro. Look, the Hindu knew about it. Let me show you. Hit the like button, share button. Here, guys, you see the line with the X on it. That girl is poison. This is the poison symbol today. That girl became poison. You want to know the secret of skulls and bones? Here you go. The fact that that girl is poison. Here go your poison symbol. It's poison to you because they don't want you knowing the secrets of free energy. The Hindu knew it as well. So again, right here in the top left corner is what we're dealing with. Science personified as deities. Because in the top left corner, that's energy generation. That's what right there is how you cut the lights on, baby. And these people found how to tap into the ether and generate electric energy, which is the fourth state of matter. That shit didn't just come along. We've been knowing how to generate electricity. That's what all of these goddesses represent. For they made it forbidden and made it poison. See? Now let me show you something here. See, because
5G these niggas now.
When you have glorification of these pharaohs, remember, this dude on the left, he don't got no glory for no pharaoh. If you talk to that dude on the left, that's a real man. These dudes got cock muscle strength, man. Like the anthropologists know they don't want to land there. Like these some built dudes. They still eating right and they ain't been tampered with civilization. Them pharaohs wore makeup. They did their hair. Look at here, he wore eyeliner. The dude on the left would beat the shit out of one of them pharaohs in a boxing match, one-on-one. But see, the pharaoh had an army though. See what I'm saying? See what I'm talking about? See, now the thing is this right here. This was the beginning of soft dudes with power. The beginning of idolization of certain men because of their scientific breakthroughs. So you had gods like Thor, which represented like electricity. Today you look at it in a mythological way, but the Thor represents the Taurus field. Let me show you something real quick. Hold on, let me get another slide up. Taurus is the Egyptian Horus. See, this is flat earth knowledge right here, hidden behind modern Cometicism. On the right is the flat earth cosmos, the Taurus field, what they turned into a god. If you look on the right, you got a double hammer. That's what the cosmos look like. See, Thor's hammer. Let me show you something real quick.
He gonna get fucked up right here.
I got a banner collage. Here go Thor's hammer right here.
Where the fuck he was going to get? I tried to keep that nigga on point.
Thor's hammer represents magnetism.
I was goddamn trying to keep that nigga on point, trying to tell that nigga goddamn he was going to find that goddamn Thor's hammer. Lord, what's up?
They call it gravity today because they turned it to the grave, right? Hellenism. Because he's the god of the underworld, taking you to the grave, gravity. The heliocentric cosmos is expanding. It's expanding because of gravity. Its expansion represents its death date. When it reaches a climactic point, because gravity is the one that's ripping it apart, y'all. At the beginning, the universe was together. As it exploded, according to them, it's exploding and expanding and being ripped apart. This is why they call it the Ripper or the Reaper. This is the chaos theory. Now let's compare the chaos theory once again to the ancient truth. Let me do this again real quick. Thank you for your patience, y'all. Hold on.
That nigga sound like Choppaz.
Hold up.
Typing in that bit.
See, I made a mistake and closed the image that I needed to keep up. I done messed up. Now let me see some. North Tree of Life.
He got off. He got off.
I got it. Here we go. I'm sorry about that.
Gonna get Thor's hammer.
Here we go. So again, on the right, basically what the ancestors showing you on the right with this North Tree of Life is what the brother on the left is telling you. The reason I'm doing this is so the Pan-Africans can't say, oh, he giving you a North Tree of Life. That's some white man shit. Well, I'm showing you a black dude on the left who more blacker than all of us. He's still in his original culture. He ain't been tampered with. He ain't been indoctrinated. And he's saying the same thing that the ancient Norse was saying. In fact, the word Norse people is because they the North people. They had a northern cosmology centered around the North Pole. This became Santa Claus to us today. So if you look at the original thumbnail that we started the lecture with, then you can see what I mean about Aten or Satan, and Santa. Let me show you this again. Bear with me. Got a lot going on here. Oh, shit now. Come on, where's the collage at? Oh, man, I don't like to keep you guys waiting too long. Well, let me throw this up while I look for that. Here's another one. Talking about free energy, our ancestors knew about it. So Pan-Africanism and Kemeticism, the glorification of that, is actually the worship of the Baphomet. Now remember, why do I say it's the worship of the Baphomet in relation to all of this? When you talk free energy, like what you see at the top, you got red and blue, negative and positive, Nut and Geb. What the Baphomet did was turn that negative and positive energy into one deity that became a she-male. You get it? In other words, all right, let me pull this up. This will show you too a better understanding as well. Hold on, let me pull this up real quick. Now this finna blow you away now what I'm about to show you now. Hold on a second. Where do I got it at? Yeah, I got 100 folders open. Hold on a second. Which folder is it in? I just put this up to show y'all. Shit, I should have put it on the screen. Hold on, let me see. Here you go. This for my Pan-Africans. This for my Kemetic people. Because they're going to say, how are you linking the Baphomet to Pan-Africanism? Pan is a goat god. The goat god is also the Baphomet. So when you pan someone toward Africa, you panning them toward the worship of Pan or the Baphomet. It's basically a chocolate-coated version of this same Christianity, because Pan is called Jesus to the Christians. Jesus is called what? The Lamb of God. Let me show you something. And again, I thank y'all for being patient with me, because when I'm doing these live, it takes me a minute to access certain slides and stuff. And I thank you for the patience. So that's why Jesus was called a lamb, Pan, a goat god, okay? But what I'm looking for here is something else, and it's slipping my mind.
You're looking for the damn.
Let's throw this up right here. So Aten is Satan. So Aten takes the form of the Baphomet. Aten was said to be the first ruler on earth. Now let me break some down to you. Don't you know the biblical story of Aten is told under Adam?
And who the fuck want to take their children to see a statue of a goddamn bitch with a gold head? They got a children looking at them motherfucker. They got them children be having no sense to cry about that bullshit. I'm selling this purple ass nigga. Look at that, man. That shit crazy, man. I wouldn't even want to take my children to no museum to see no shit like that. They got some shit like that right over here on the south side of goddamn Birmingham. When I first got down road past this shit and paid attention, I said, damn, that shit is right there. Man, I rolled past this shit all my life and never paid no attention to this shit. Right in the goddamn fountain, right on the south side, goddamn got a motherfucker sitting up in that bitch with a goat head. I said, man, this shit crazy. Right next to the goddamn church. That shit, man, some weird shit, bro. Beast.
Think about it, family. What happened in the Garden of Eden? What happened? Humanity was kicked out of the garden, but what else happened? Adam was given power over the earth and all the animals. The woman was demoted for her sin. This was them telling you we live in the age of goddesses and matriarchal systems and the worship of gods and the God consciousness. The first God on earth name was Atum or Adam. Remember, there would be no Jesus without Adam, y'all. Adam is the first forefather of Christ.
Damn.
Who started the lineage of Jesus. And the lineage of Jesus is what they call the pantheon. And the root word of pantheon is Pan. The goat god Pan that you see on the right, who we call Satan, started the Greek pantheon. And since the Greeks and the Egyptians blended their cultures, they all were indoctrinated with this hell-based cosmology, worshiping the first rulers. And we're still doing it today. Glorifying gods and having God consciousness other than self-consciousness that was hidden behind these gods. See how they got the Baphomet with the children around them? And they got Santa with the children? See the hat that Aten got on and the hat that Santa got on? Put an S in front of the word Aten, you get Satan, Santa. Aten is Aten, the Odin to the Norse. This is the Baphomet, y'all. So this became Jesus today, and instead of them giving you the Baphomet with horns, they gave you Jesus on the cross, and his spreaded arms represent them horns. Let me show you something real quick. This is why Jesus is called Capricorn. Or the Chrysler. Got a car company, Chrysler. Look at here. This is the Baphomet that you see on the left. Capricorn.
I don't know what Tip still in. Tip, what that family name that used that goddamn that New Orleans Saints something. There's a black family behind that. I had looked that shit up one time. I can't get back to that shit for that, but there's a black rich ass black family who got down rubbed up over these elite. And that symbol right there is on their crest. I gotta try to find it.
It's the Baphomet. Jesus was called Capricorn. The symbol for caprice, the word caprice, comes from the word caprine or Capricorn. Sheep, goats, and lambs are all part of the caprine family, or the same animal that the Baphomet is. He's part of the caprine family, the same family with Jesus, the lamb, and all of them. That's why they're all synced to Capricorn.
Kaepernick.
So Christ on the cross is actually them hiding flat earth behind heliocentrism and God consciousness. Why do the two relate? Because in a head, see, here's the thing. A God is a savior. But if it ain't nothing to be saved from,
You don't need no savior.
you don't need a God. So when they started creating these pharaohs and gods, they started creating hell and the devil concept so that the hero can have an enemy. Batman versus the Joker, God versus devil. But you notice the same people created God, created the devil. You ain't, if the devil don't...
I tell y'all all the time, man, the devil is the motherfucker who brought me to town. The motherfucker try to introduce me to the devil. Shit, it's you. It's you. Shit, I don't know nothing about what you talking about. The motherfucker who introduced me to the devil got to be the devil. You fuck what kind of motherfucking sugar coat you put on it? But don't worry about it. I got a guard right here gonna handle it though. But yeah, the devil, man, the devil is the motherfucker who brought the devil to town. You one and the same. You brought that balanced energy to me. But you bring it in a balanced form. But overall, you bringing all this shit to me. Shit. I don't need now one of them. I don't know what the fuck is you talking about. It came out the same mind, the same concept, same book. Shit. Devil the motherfucker who brought the devil to town. Shit, I don't know about no damn devil. What you talking about, man? You don't save me from who? Yeah, I'm save you from the devil. Who is you? I'm God. Why you know the devil? We used to be cool. I fell out with the nigga, man. Come on.
Sis, we don't need God. We don't need a savior if ain't nothing to be saved from. That's why I'm telling you, with the rise of God consciousness was the rise of concepts like chaos. So there's somebody named Africa Bambaataa. He played a key role during the neo-paganism era to reinforce this space programming and hell-based cosmology.
Dog, baby looking at.
Remember, all of his records was with the panic theory, the chaos theory. Look at him. He's given reference to Pan holding the scepter. When you see Africa Bambaataa with the horns on his head holding the scepter, do you realize what you looking at? Look, let me show you something. Let me show you something. Bear with me. All right, I got a bunch of shit up here now. Let me, hold on. Which one is it? Here we go. I want you to, let me do this real quick. Let's talk about Bambaataa for a minute. Because he helped. See, the people who, the Jews that founded NASA also started the first hip-hop labels. Look at Africa Bambaataa. Africa Bambaataa has a scepter in his hand with horns on his head. And if you look to the left of him, that's the god Odin or Atum or Satan. They're telling you, they're worshiping the Baphomet and hell-based religion. You gotta make the people scared to make them worship a savior. The whole thing about launching rockets to space and talking about, see, the reason we need a space program is because they telling you we need to have things orbiting the Earth in case a meteor come, we can shoot it out the way and stuff like that. But ain't no meteors and shit gonna strike the Earth. We're enclosed. They launching the rockets right into the ocean, fooling you. When you leave, you don't know where they going. They telling you it's space, but they creating that in a green screen room. It's all a religion. They spending thousands of dollars to do rituals, occult rituals that reinforce the hell-based theology and the need for a savior. And it's worth every penny, because if you didn't know, the space program makes $75 million every day. They made $75 million this morning.
Every day.
Because you believe, not know, you believe that they're going to space. You didn't go. It's a belief system. That rocket is launching your imagination off into a place that don't exist. In a green screen room. Only thing they launching off is your imagination into a hell-based matrix. After that rocket disappear, your imagination do the rest, and you create space in your mind, but you never been there. The ancestors spoke of ethereal realms above us. So if you look at that rocket launching, and you look at these symbol on the left, you can see now that it's all an occult ritual to reinforce. Remember, space programming. Okay? So let me talk about Bambaataa a little bit more here so I can close him up. A lot of his music dealt with the heliocentric concepts. A lot of the rappers were actually teaching you about space. It's a religion. They were actually theologians in a way, especially Wu-Tang. And a lot of what they learn in these lodges are ancient cosmology and the secrets of energy generation. Okay? So once we realize that, we can see how it's detrimental to us. Another form of the Baphomet, this god is called Serapis. Hold on.
Zeus Serapis.
Okay, I guess it's tripping on me. Oh yeah, it's tripping on me. Something going on here. It won't let me open up this other image. Hold on a second. Alright. Let me try to add another image real quick so you can see that basically the god that started all of this was Zeus. He represented electricity. That's Jesus, Jesus. What do you ask Jesus for? Power, right? They changed it today. So, here is what I'm looking for right here. What I'm looking for. Here it go right here. Here's an earlier form of a god called Zeus Ammon. It's a blend of the god Amen or Menes, Aten. All of these can be synced together. Here's a Greek version. So all of these rulers, since it was a blended society of Greeks and Egyptians, you will find that there are different conception of the same ruler, whereas you can see some sculptures of Narmer white, and then some sculptures of Narmer black. And this is the same argument you got in religion, where some interpretations of the Christ are in Hindu version, some interpretations of the Christ are black, some of them are white. So this was the beginning of America. It was the beginning of a melting pot civilization. So what the first Ptolemies did in Africa was create a religion to blend all of these people religion together under the worship of the kings. In other words, to have a balanced society and have order out of this chaos, we can't have a bunch of people with their cultural religious concepts. We have to find a way to unify all of them different concepts under the same deities, which will be us now. Okay, so let me give you another collage to show you what I'm talking about. Remember the cow goddess Hathor? This is why the cow goddess Hathor and Thor have the same name. The cow goddess Hathor was what many call the solar calf. And the solar calf was another form of the Baphomet, because it was that deity that they call Baal, or the golden calf that the Christians worshiped before Christ, that they was building the first solar systems and all of that under. So that's why this cow have rings around it. That's representing the first creation of the first solar systems. But this was they knew that those rings represented the ether. When you say ether, the word thur is the word Thor. Ether. The turning of the ether happens at the North Pole, which shapes like a hammer. I'll show you some more pictures of that in a second. Here it is here. What you see in the bottom right corner is one of the earliest interpretations of this story, and that is pre-dynastic art. That was a cow goddess that told the story of the cosmos. The Dogon called that cow goddess Amma, and she took the form of a crocodile, an alligator, a serpent goddess, and a cow with the Dogon. Okay, and she took the form of a regular goddess, just raising her arms, and she also took the form of a Kananga, which is the goddess raising her arms. Now they turned all of that to Jesus Christ. Now what you see in the top is Christ and Horus. Now what happened was, during the time they was coming with these concepts, the Egyptians were adopting these Greek concepts, and instead of them having the Holy Ghost dove in Jesus' story, they had Horus doing what Jesus did. You get it? Let me break it down for you. See, in the Christian story, you had a Holy Ghost dove landing on Jesus' cross. In the Egyptian story, they just blended the bird with the dude and made the bird Jesus. Instead of having a bird land on the cross, they just personified Jesus as the Horus.
That nigga flapped his wing over the goddamn missing phallus and goddamn conceived, and made that nigga ejaculate and conceive. Man.
Now remember, Jesus have the same story in mythology as Horus, and the word Horus is an Egyptian way of saying, hold up, where my image at? You know what I'm gonna do real quick? I'm gonna delete the stream and kind of, you know how teachers have to wipe their chalkboard off? Some of these images we can take off of here because it's making it hard for me now. I'm loading up a lot of stuff. Hold on a second. I'm going to take that one off. Give me a minute, y'all, to wipe my board off.
All right, free guy. That was it.
All right, take away some of these. And thank you for your patience. Hit the like and share button. And if you're enjoying and you're getting anything from what I'm doing, please hit the donate button. There's several in the video description. All right, so here, the Egyptian word Horus is the Greek word Thoris. Basically, the Egyptians just abandoned the T in front. That's all they did. They adopted the same concept of Thor, which was electromagnetism that you see on the right. And instead of them calling their bird Thoris, I guess they didn't want to be too similar to the Greek god Thor. So they just removed the T and it became Horus. Okay? But they represent the same thing. The same people were personifying it to now glorify mythological deities so that we would talk more about Horus than electromagnetism. So a nigga can do a 4-hour presentation on the bird god Horus and talk to you about mythology for 4 hours, but he don't know nothing about electromagnetism and energy generation. That's because they took what you see on the right and personified it into what you see on the left, And since the science was personified, you don't know the science, you just know the person. The personification. That's magic. That's called layering the truth over with a lie on top. So again, you hear a lot of mythology about cow goddesses and all that, and these channels get thousands of views when they giving you the pseudoscience mythology with it, when they ain't telling you what Nikola Tesla tapped into, when they're not giving you the electromagnetic knowledge that's associated with it. Oh, they get hundreds of thousands of views when they just telling you about Anunnaki, aliens, and all of that. You know why they get a lot of views when they talk about aliens and all of that? Because it's a form of panning. Now let me show you what I'm talking about. Give me a minute, and we're going to pull up this next slide. Give your boy a minute, and we're going to pull it up. Now, where is it? What I'm looking for. This folder here. Let me show y'all something. So, let me see, which folder is this shit in? You want to know why they talking about aliens so much? When you want to bring up the truth and get back to our origins, niggas go to playing dumb and talking about aliens and shit. Let me show you why. Hold on. Hold on. It's going to be worth the wait. See, I got tens of thousands of research folders, and it take me a minute. I found the one I'm looking for. Here we go. So remember what I was showing you with Thor's hammer? I want you to do me a favor. I'm about to show you a collage. It's taking my computer a minute to load it. Give me a minute. It's taking it a minute. It's freezing up. All right, keep Thor's hammer in mind. The female body represents the principles of electromagnetism, the secrets of how invisible energy manifests into the physical form can be understood by studying pregnancy and childbirth. The ancestors knew that, and because of that, they said each day was born from the goddess. So every day is born. Every day is a birth of a new day. That's born. The sun and moon are being spun at a central axis. It's not tilted like you've been taught in chaos theory. It's standing upright. Okay? It's not leaning. That's chaos theory. That's what's called crooked philosophy. When you slant the earth on an axis, you become the crooked, the pagan science, the crooked shit. So the thing about it is this. When they get you talking about spaceships and shit, they stop you from talking about electromagnetism. So a lot of the ancient knowledge is being reinterpreted as space talk. And that's why I'm bringing up Bambaataa, man. Now check this out. They talk after they killed Hitler. They came out talking about his scientific research papers. And what they did, right? What Hitler was trying to do, right? Hitler had a concept called a Vimana. And what you see on the screen became interpreted to us today as a UFO spacecraft. And what they're not telling you is Hitler didn't believe in aliens, and Hitler didn't have nothing to do with.
Hey, boom, 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 boom. Wake up.
No UFOs. That Hitler's research didn't have nothing to do with alien spacecraft. What Hitler researched, what was interpreted to us as Hitler's Vimana or Russian Vimanas, was Russian electromagnetic energy devices.
I really know Hitler shit.
Had a problem with people paying for energy. Hitler wanted to give the world free energy. I know you don't believe it. Do your research. Here's what Hitler's patents are being turned into today. Look at the screen, family, because the step pyramids that you see around the world were created during pre-dynastic times. Those step pyramids represent a time where we understood how to make our own energy and we shared it with everybody. You didn't have to pay no power bill and have a government to get power. So all around the world you see step pyramids, and you don't know that this is ancient technology of energy creation. But on the screen, what you're looking at is modern scientists taking ancient technology, repatented it. They're going to repatent it and get all the credit and money for it. But the children whose ancestors created this technology, we ain't gonna get nothing from it, because you believe your ancestors was striking some damn sticks together, fool. So why are the Pan-Africans teaching everybody that the step pyramid is primitive? Why you think they telling them that? Why you think out of all the pyramids in Egypt, the Pan-Africans talk shit about the step pyramid? I'm not making this up. When they take you on a tour to Egypt, they glorify all them pyramids that come after the indoctrination. And when they take you to the step pyramid, they say, yeah, we didn't really have all the knowledge then, so it's a step pyramid. Brother, it take more math and science to build a step pyramid than a smooth one. I'm serious, y'all. Let me show you something real quick. The Kemetic Pan-Africans are fucking Freemasons that are getting paid to hide the truth from y'all, man. Let me show you something. I'm not making this up. Let me pull this up for you real quick. Hold on. Give me one more minute.
What on God first?
Let me show you something. These damn step pyramids were hard to build, bro. Now, what you gotta pay attention to is how each layer has the same equal amount of thickness in between each brick. You don't even see that this is a mathematical miracle in front of your damn face. Because they got you looking at the pyramids in Giza. And when they take you to Africa, what they tell you? Oh, well, the step pyramid is primitive, man. The step pyramid, you know, we didn't know a lot at that time. They're going with Darwin.
That motherfucker got down. And see, that would goddamn put them behind. They will put them behind the Yucatan, the Mayans. All those goddamn step pyramids that you see. And goddamn, what up, Kara? All them goddamn, them step pyramids you see down in South America. Also, beautifully put together, transmitting energy and shit. So that step pyramid couldn't fuck with none of them over there. They don't want you to know that the America, the continent of the Americas, is the real old world. They don't want you to know that shit. They got to make you think everything started over there. He wants you to think your ass started over there.
Evolution, telling you that the further back we go, the dumber our sciences was. When you look at the science today, it's destroying the earth, and they're motherfucking plagiarizing the ancient science. Look at this. Now they talking shit about the ancient people. They're looking at the step pyramids saying, yeah, when all of these step pyramids was created, that was when dumbasses was walking the earth. But
they gonna say, goddamn, hey, they had to learn how to fit it in. They had me on that shit. They had to learn how to fit it in and bring it to a point. Man, motherfucker know exactly what they goddamn constructing before they constructed it. You think they just started throwing shit together and goddamn had no goddamn blueprint to what the fuck they were doing? They meant for that motherfucker to look like that. Hell, mother got a blueprint to shit before they think they just get started bending their all, we gonna do it like that. Man, mother got a blueprint to that shit. Mother got just working just be doing nothing and coming up with goddamn all these motherfucking structures mathematically goddamn situated and put together. Shit. Mother constructed that bitch that way. And that's the same step pyramid they got down right into the goddamn timeline and try to write into that goddamn Tower of Babel bullshit. When the God come down and say, goddamn, we gonna goddamn fuck this shit up and confuse the tongues of all men so they'll never understand each other, so they can never complete a feat like this again. They said, let us. Who the fuck is us? How many gods coming with you, nigga? That when God said, let us go down. Well, who he talking to? He said, let us go on down off of him. How many gods he got with him? But y'all, man, these motherfuckers still be believing this bullshit.
They're knowing that these step pyramids represent advanced technology. Look at the screen. They're taking the knowledge of the step pyramid and they're going to bring it out in about 2050 with subtle energy devices. And niggas going to be like, ooh, you saw the new technology? And I'm going to be like, you dumbass, that's your ancestors' technology. Look at the flat earth cosmology in the top with the rainbow looking picture. Look at the rainbow looking picture in the top left corner. Look at how the doggone light is bursting out. And look at what they showing you here. All of this knowledge is based upon flat earth. That's why in the occult they say as above, so below. You want to know how the earth is powered? If you want to learn how to create energy on earth, you got to learn how the earth created energy on a macro level and reverse engineer the secrets of the cosmology into energy systems. Now, this is very important because when they take you to Africa, they spit on a step pyramid. They say, ain't nothing to see here, man. The shortest motherfucking statement is on the step pyramid. He probably talked to your ass 5 minutes and then spent 3 hours at Giza, though. Giza represent the glorification of the pharaohs who hid the energy creation knowledge. The step pyramid represent advanced technology that was here before civilization. Because they told you civilization didn't start until the Giza pyramids. Do you hear what I'm telling you, y'all? They're telling you uncivilized people built the step pyramids, but they're taking the knowledge of those uncivilized barbarians and copying it into motherfucking modern technology. They got you shitting on your ancestors while they copying off them to rule over you. You see, so they'll take you to Egypt and say, yeah, man, we was at a primitive level. Our math and science is one that advanced when we built this piece of shit. And I'm like, yo, it take more knowledge to build a step pyramid than the smooth one. Nigga, ants build smooth pyramids. Have you ever saw an ant build a staircase, Pan-Africans? Y'all are slow as fuck, man. Y'all slow as fuck. You can't see that our science and spiritual systems have de-evolved. You niggas think we evolving? You think we moving up? We downfalling, man. And y'all glorifying the downfall, saying, yeah, we more modern today thanks to Imhotep and Narmer and the first pharaohs. And these motherfucking first pharaohs was rulers of all sorts who was hiding electromagnetism from you. Look at this image here. One show you an electromagnetic energy field that looked like that. That became the priest hat. And it became the story of Jonah in the whale's mouth. It's based upon flat earth. The flat earth shaped like a big whale with the mouth open. They started to personify this in all kind of religion so that you can hide electricity. You see, it's a beautiful story. But teaching that to my child ain't gonna tell him how to make an energy generator. It'll tell him a whole chapter about a nigga in a whale's mouth and some mythology. And you got whole degrees on theology and niggas that got masters that can teach you about talking snakes and niggas walking on water and niggas being spit out of whales' mouths. They got motherfucking degrees in it. They can teach about this story. But they don't know how to cut the lights on people, you're going to be in the dark age. So when they was going around on these crusades, they were destroying ancient energy grids.
Crusading and nice templing and shit. Nice templing and crusading and goddamn colonizing and motherfucking giving you all these motherfucking gods and all these motherfucking mythological stories and fake ass shit that don't even exist. Trying to goddamn go over goddamn jewel, all that shit, man.
Listen, people, I was in the military. When war break out, the first thing we attack is the power plants. You know why? If I bomb my enemy's energy grid, the energy generating plants, we can't speak to each other. You can't send no emails now. How you gonna communicate? Ain't no electricity, lights out. Oh, I got you now. All your equipment relying on electricity. All of them soldiers that's hooked up to the breathing machine, when I bomb your energy plants, that shit cutting off. Ain't no healing them. You want to destroy a nation, you go and destroy the energy that empowers it.
Right.
What was going on during the proto-dynastic period? Patriarchal societies and the rise of God-conscious societies went around destroying ancient energy grids. They went around attacking the energy grids because now that's called uprooting in the Bible. If I go to a people's nation and destroy the very foundation that sustained that nation, they got to surrender. But not only that, they got to be my slave because I didn't destroy my energy system. Now, since I destroyed your energy system and your water system, you got to be my slave, and I'm going to charge you for energy and water and power and housing. And that's what you're going to work for in my society. You're going to get paid for the very basic necessities that any damn animal would have. That's slavery. If after you spend your check, you got the basic necessities and you broke, you a fucking slave. You will never get ahead to be rich. It ain't nothing to save up, to treasure up. Ain't nothing left over after you get the basic necessities. Come on, man. A homeless man get the basic necessities. You work to get ahead, not to survive. Animals survive. Nigga, pigeons survive. You work to prosper. You niggas today working to survive. Nigga, rats survive. You don't thrive. You survive and you ain't thriving. Shut up. And because you can't empower your black ass self, because you know everything, you got more pride and progress, you got more glorification for these pharaohs and governments and whores and Assad and all these niggas than you do for the science of creation, the knowledge of self. Them people was going around destroying ancient energy systems, and they were disempowering people, you fool. See, let me show you the problem. These niggas think taking power from a people is taking away their identity and taking away the way they used to dress and giving them a new language. Nigga, that ain't even the half of it. Let's look at the terminology literal. How do you first even conquer a people? You have to take their power away. That means go to their land and stop them from doing their cultural dances? Hell no. It means go to their land and bomb their damn power plants. Y'all ain't looking at it literally. The taking away of your cultural identity and all that came after the true power was taken. The true power that made you self-empowering and not relying on another culture was the knowledge your ancestors left you of how to turn the goddamn lights on. Look at what I'm showing you here. The step pyramids all around the world were energy towers. Now, what did they tell you in the Bible? They said God got mad and knocked the tower down. Look in the top right corner. In the top right corner, they telling you the historical truth behind a mythological story. The Tower of Babel was when the ancient world woke up to energy generation. In other words, we said, let there be light before they did. Remember, the Bible's 7,000 years old. You know what happened on the earth 7,000 years ago? We were leaving a dark age, family. Why you think the book start with let there be light? The earth is more than 7,000 years old. It ain't got nothing to do with no damn creation of the earth, man. It got everything to do when the patriarchs had reverse engineered the science of the people they crusaded. When they said, let there be light, that was when, see, remember, they were going around the world destroying energy systems. They thrusted the world in darkness. Now, they teach you that the dark age represents a time when everybody was dumb and ignorant. But prior to the dark age, in other words, what I'm telling you, if the dark age represents a period of time when people was dumb and ignorant, how come these step pyramids predate the dark age? When did they lose the knowledge that was embodied in these step pyramids? Because this was ancient technology that would have powered the village surrounding there. It ain't just a pretty damn monument. It's technology behind this. So, when the dark age came, that was when the people who built these monuments started to abandon their lands. My question is, why would you abandon your land? These are beautiful lands with running water and green trees. Have you ever visited some of these pyramids? Like the one in South America is surrounded by beautiful land that ain't nobody living on, and they telling you people used to live on it. My question is, do you know what the dark age means? It means the uprooting that the Bible talk about. The record, what happened during the proto-dynastic time, was the crusades that cut the lights off. What happened during the dark age, they went around the world destroying the towers of Babel. People, there are hundreds of step pyramids all around the world. Here go one right here in Angkor Wat, just to give you another picture of one. They're everywhere. I'm talking hundreds of them. And they're not just monuments, they were useful technology. So when they told you the God of the Bible destroyed these towers, they were going around destroying energy towers. This what put our ancestors in a dark age. Now, during the dark age, this what was going on. The knowledge of how to generate energy was common knowledge, but it was a group of people rising up that was saying it should be common knowledge, meaning this kind of knowledge of how to tap into the ether should be controlled by the most powerful men, meaning there was a changing of law on earth where you got to get your power through the gods now. And that the knowledge of how to power your own village is forbidden for you and only worthy for a few men. This is what happened in Egypt. They call themselves civilizing the earth by creating an economy based upon creating peasants through ignorance. So we'll dumb them down because you don't need to know all of this knowledge of how to generate energy. We'll create the energy. We'll create some money so you can buy the energy from us. So the money became the new currency to power the city, to power the economy. Whereas the knowledge itself used to be the currency. Instead of spreading dollars around, the ancestors spread knowledge around. It wasn't no money. The knowledge was power. Today, money is power. That is a medium in between you and knowledge. That's why the rich people know the secrets and the poor people don't, because it's monopolized now. Who can know the secrets or not of our true reality? You see, and that's just sad. You know, we don't know what we are, where we are, how we don't know who we are, and even connect to the Creator if they're hiding the knowledge of the creation to us, from us. Let me show you something real quick. Let me show you something. Hold on. Here. Look, in Christian art and propaganda, what you grew up seeing was a Bible open with the light coming out. And it was telling you basically, this is Book of Life art. They opened the Bible at the middle. And the Book of Life used to be the earth before they created religion. Alright, so if the sacred geometry in front of you shows you true power comes from the knowledge of cosmology, ancient cosmology. Because when you understand the true cosmology of the earth, you can power your village. That's why they want to give you the space programming today. They don't want you to literally empower yourself. Your concept of power is so dumbed down, you think power is pride. But all of your pride ain't gave you power yet, have it, idiot. Right, now look at the pictures in front of you. Because in the bottom right corner, that's Mayan spiritual art showing you how those pyramids would have been used, how the energy would have been recycling around it. So if you look at, if I showed you the image on the right, and I talk that to the people, they'll say, Bro Sanchez is giving us that pseudoscience. But it's a white man about to get rich off that shit. Here he is right here. You think your ancestors' art and knowledge is pseudoscience, and you give so much knowledge to the modern scientists, and if they show you this, you're going to be sucking them off. But if I show you the ancient interpretation that the ancients know about it, you just can't give our ancestors their motherfucking props. They got to be 8 people who were striking sticks together. They weren't civilized into the first pharaohs according to these Pan-Africans. The people who built the step pyramids were apes, y'all. I'm not making this up. The timeline that Darwin got, where he got the motherfucking apes written in it, a part of that humanoid creature would have been on the earth during the same time where paleontologists dated the step pyramids, some of these step pyramids. I ain't making this up. You got step pyramids in Cambodia that paleontologists dated back to times where they said we should have been 8 people. Think about it, y'all. They lying and they contradicting themselves. You mean to tell me, according to y'all, during the time the step pyramids were built, it wasn't even the same type of human that would have built that? This is holes in their whole theology right here. This is why Pan-Africans are telling you the step pyramids are primitive. That's what they're telling you. And they're telling you them people didn't get knowledge and evolve to a civilized state until government was created. When you look at what government did, let me show you something. Government hid the knowledge of free energy behind the religion of the first pharaohs. The pharaonic of religions and God consciousness and Horus-based religion. See, what they ain't telling you is that the damn American eagle is Horus. It's the Greek version of Horus. Alright? But the science to all of that is on the far left. That's a real electromagnetic energy field or a black hole bending light in the shape of a torus field. And remember, Horus is Taurus. They're hiding the science on the left behind the mythology on the right. So your government is based upon mythology and hiding the knowledge on the left behind the American eagle. What do you mean, Brother Sanchez? Okay, where did your government get their power from? The same place you got yours from when you had the knowledge by the image on the left. The Jamaicans called him a nuts spider. In America, they call it Spider-Man because he represents what? The red and the blue. That great mother in the bottom right corner, she also take the form of a spider to the Jamaicans. And it's the red and blue that Spider-Man wear is for the red shift and blue shift dealing with negative and positive of magnetism. So the image on the left of a torus field, some coaches drew it out as a beetle, a scarab beetle, a spider. And the itsy bitsy spider on the water spout is the great mother. Since she represents the North Pole or the ethereal water spout, they turned her to a Norse folklore. The itsy bitsy spider is a very old European folklore of explaining cosmology to children. But you niggas don't know that. When he was teaching them about the North Pole and the Great Mother, in a lot of cultures they personified that pole energy as a spider, and then it became the itsy bitsy spider water spout type shit. All right, so let me get on track here because your government get their power from knowledge. What we say, knowledge is power. The knowledge of how to harness the ethereal energies is how they build the foundation of a nation. Yes, idiots, not the people who woke with the dumbasses in the back there. You idiots, okay? The government didn't get their power from protesting and marching like you niggas. They dealing with literal power. You can't have a government without electricity. You can't have an economy. If the fucking lights go off nationwide tomorrow, the whole system will crash. Had you niggas scared during Y2K. See, when you turn that juice off, man, that's the end of it, buddy. When you cut the juice. You niggas is talking about nationhood. So if I gave you a bunch of land, you will have a bunch of niggas in the jungle with no running water, no electricity. Because you don't know that the foundation of government is building an energy grid to fuel and power your fucking government. You niggas think the government is powered by niggas burning coal. It's time to wake the hell up. They've been tapped and reverse engineered the knowledge of how to harness the ethers. They did this in Greco-Egyptian time. So when they created government, that was a need for people to be governed. If the people can't make their own running water and electricity, they need somebody to do it for them now. So again, in order for these first rulers to be saviors, they had to first go around the world burning up the knowledge, burning up the patents, burning up your ancient structures, knocking down the towers of Babel that powered our villages to make us move to their new cities today. So these new cities we live in, like Memphis, and all these places where they got pyramids, Giza, where you see them rebuilding the ancient world all over the place. All over the place, the ancestors built pyramids to generate energy. When they built energy, when they start to build governments, they rebuilt a lot of these ancient sites. It's a matrix because it's their way of saying, We want to control this knowledge in a governmental-based society. It shouldn't be common knowledge for you to just be able to empower yourself. Someone needs to give you power. And that became a God concept of you praying to a God for power. But folks first they had to tell you were powerless. You were a sinner. You're an idiot, a wretched, fool, not worthy. You was born imperfect. So now, in order for them to make themselves a savior, it need to be something that need to be fixed, man. If my car ain't broke, I don't need no damn mechanic to come saving me. I don't need no saviors running right, man. See, I got to convince you something fucked up. Right? Create chaos in your mind so I can be the savior. So you're born a sinner. You're born a peasant, right? Because we've created a condition that can put you in a place in society where you can never empower yourself. Because every time someone starts talking esoteric science to you, you turn your nose up and think you know everything. So look here. Let me show you something real quick. Let me pull this out. All right. What we're looking at on the screen is something that the ancestors called the pyramid of power. In the Bible, they call it the Tower of Babel. And these gods of the Bible didn't want the people empowering themselves. So they went around destroying all of these ancient towers and cultures so that they could create a new energy grid that they control. Now came the building of the modern cities and nations that we occupy today. We moved away from our ancestral lands when they destroyed the energy grids. The biblical gods called that uprooting. When you uproot a plant, you don't just snatch it out the ground. To uproot a plant, you pull it in a way where you don't damage the roots either. Because now I may want to replant this in another garden. So if I just break the stem and try to plant it in a new place, it's going to die because you took the roots away. So in landscaping, uprooting is when you want to pull that plant carefully, when you pulled all the roots out the ground with it too, so you can replant it somewhere else. That was the Exodus. That was the Exodus and the uprooting, all right, of us from our ancestral lands. And how you do that is kill the energy. Cut the lights off. And you will smoke their ass right here over into our city. And we're gonna and what they did, they went around destroying ancient energy systems and building dams all over the place so that water wouldn't run through our ancestral lands no more. So what do they tell you when you go to all these ancestral lands? It used to be running water here. You dumbass, you ain't figured out what happened to the damn running water yet. Have you niggas studied military attacks and the art of war yet? You don't have to go kill a people if you attack their water and energy systems. When you gonna wake up? Everybody going to these ancient sites. You know what, man? It used to be, running water here. But see, when the Anunnaki came, that dried all the running water up. See, when the earth was destroyed by the Anunnaki, Egypt was turned into a desert. You dumb ass. Don't you know there were armies going around building dams? Smoking our people away from the ancient lands, uprooting them. They were going around destroying energy systems. Big ass gardens that supported entire villages, damming off certain rivers so that the water will only flow to the new world. This was the creation of the new world and us leaving the ancestral lands if you wanted to be what they call civilized. A lot of our ancients said, you know what? We'll stay here without running water, without electricity, and just live off the earth. And as they created the new world on the ancient science, they told you that them people was always living like that, which is not true. A lot of these structures were destroyed in a way where they can't be fixed again. What you're not paying attention to is that there's an energy field around these step pyramids that would have generated a torus field like you see here, and they would have put energy from that invisible torus field. That's why the step pyramid shaped like the Wi-Fi symbol too, and that's why you didn't have motherfucking totem poles running everywhere in the ancient world, because it was wireless technology. People, it took them a lot of years to reverse engineer this ancient tech to the same level that the ancients had it at. So you just now getting Wi-Fi today. They created a matrix, man. They knocked us back years by destroying a lot of our sciences and stuff. So again, right, let me talk about this real quick. When you look at what Hitler had tapped into, Hitler had found out what I found out, and it made him a madman. He said, wait a minute. The very government I've been loyal to indoctrinated me since a child where I couldn't empower myself. That's what Hitler found out. Hitler was a regular dude, and he rose up and became powerful against his government first before he grew to be a force to go around the world trying to conquer. But what drove Hitler was the Jews, man. He realized what these biblical Jews had done. Let me show you something real quick. Did you know that they created the space programs and the United Nations because of Hitler? Let me show y'all something. Let me show you something. Jesus hid the true knowledge of earth. The Jews and Christians that indoctrinated the modern world with the Christ concept was who Hitler was beefing with. He was picking up to a lot of things what Tesla was teaching. Remember, Hitler invented the TV. Hitler wasn't no dumb guy. Hitler was a scientist. Y'all are fucking stupid now. You believe the shit about Hitler what the government told you. That man invented the television. But how did he invent it? Let me show you something now. Nikola Tesla. See, Hitler was studying Tesla. Now we going deep to show you how Pan-Africanism hiding all this behind pharaonic worship. Let me show you something real quick. Tesla mind visualizer patent TV, something like that Tesla had. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Tesla mind, what was it called? Here it go. So Tesla invented the TV first, but Hitler took the patents of Tesla. Hitler took Tesla's patents and perfected them. And so Hitler invented the TV. And what Hitler was going to do was he was going to make sure that the whole world get a TV, and the only channel you would be able to access was Germany. So he was going to control the world through television programming. So all of the governments of the world saw how mighty Hitler was getting, and they came together in the 1940s and created the United Nations, where all of the governments of the world went against Hitler. And after that, they stole his research, and they started now doing the television programming that they stole from Nazi Germany. Hitler was going to teach the world free energy, I think. Now, if Hitler would have succeeded and conquered the world, the whole world would have been speaking German, of course. We would have been militant and disciplined, of course. But I think Hitler would have eventually calmed down and started teaching us the secrets that he knew about free energy and empowering us. It will make you mad when you realize the deception that took place. So I'm not mad at Hitler for being an angry man. People was after his technology, they was after his patents, and they didn't want it to be. The governments of the world didn't want this knowledge available to everybody. Hitler was saying, why not? That's what Hitler was saying. Why not let people empower themselves? Let me show you something real quick about Hitler. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I'm going to blow you away real quick. All right. Let me find the next slide, because now we're going into the Hitler part of it. Hold on. Okay, look at here. Adolf Hitler's swastika is cursed today. They don't want you talking about the swastika or nothing. You know why Adolf Hitler wore the swastika? Because he knew it was going to piss them off. Adolf Hitler knew that all of these governments had conspired against the people, and he wrote in his diaries that he was here to give the people back the power that was taken from us. Adolf Hitler's army was fighting for the people, not to empower him. He invented the TV, and he was gonna see the whole science behind the swastika is about flat earth and energy creation, the spiral of life. But now when you talk about the swastika, they say, oh, you anti-Semitic. We can't wear that symbol here. Swastika's not allowed. They're cursing the truth so that we can't wake up. All around the world, ancestors worshiped the swastika. And they understood it was the spiral of life, the turning that's going around at the North Pole. Today they give it to you in the Milky Way. They say the only way you can learn about the swastika is if you do it under NASA space program and the Milky Way. They don't want you to know the truth about the swastika, what your ancestors talked about. The only way you can know your cosmic truth is through the deceiver. In other words, if you try to talk about the spiral of life and bring up what Hitler was trying to do with the swastika, we're going to curse you and say you're a bad person because you're talking about that symbol. That's the ancient version of our plagiarism. When you steal something from somebody, you never want them to show you the copy. Think about it. If I burnt up every Mona Lisa on earth and forced and over time deleted Michelangelo from history, and no one knew about the Mona Lisa, and then I redrew the Mona Lisa to a new generation, and I can say, man, I invented the Mona Lisa. I invented this picture. People will be giving me so much credit not knowing I'm a damn plagiarist, because I got rid of the original versions. Now, if somebody come along with an older version, older than mine, that's going to threat my damn scheme. Here I am making all these millions, telling people I came up with the Mona Lisa, and I thought I got rid of all the old copies, and here goes some nigga found the old copy coming back up talking about it. We got to kill him, because we making all these millions telling people we invented this shit. And now here comes Sanchez telling people we ain't inventing nothing, telling them that the ancestors came up with energy generation. We thought we got rid of all the copies. Now here come Bro Sanchez showing the people that the very knowledge we using to create the next evolution of energy generators come from ancient technology. Listen, y'all, this what I'm showing you is future technology, something that's coming around about 2050. And I'm showing y'all asses, right, that our ancestors knew about it in pre-dynastic time. That ought to make you feel stupid. Come on, family. Hold up. Teacher got the damn, do the chalkboard again. I got too much stuff going. Here's what I'm looking for. That Mayan conception in the bottom right corner goes back to pre-dynastic time. And the technology that they're researching in the middle is them reverse engineering ancient tech. And their version won't be out to around 2050. And I'm telling you, the ancients had that same shit in pre-dynastic time. And you telling me science has advanced? The reason you think science advanced because you wrote your ancestors out. You think your ancestors was dummies striking sticks together. When I'm showing you they was talking about future science in ancient time. The shit that you think so sophisticated and advanced, and you think, well, you know, the ancestors was primitive. Dude, they're using the ancestors' knowledge. And they ain't even as more advanced than the ancestors, because their version won't be out to fucking 2050. If then. Time to wake up, man. Hitler was studying Nikola Tesla. Here is Tesla version of the TV. Hitler studied that man and perfected it and created the modern TV, y'all. Right there, Hitler did it. Hitler studied free energy. Guess what else? Tesla studied free energy. Guess what? What scientists leaked out as some of Hitler's scientific research, they gave it to you as a spaceship. to throw you off from the truth, family. I'm giving you the truth. Looky here. Here go the truth. It ain't got nothing to do with no UFOs. These folks are showing you how energy is harnessed from the earth. Of course they didn't want everybody to know that so you could, because listen, if you can harness energy, guess what that make you? Powerful. If you can't harness energy from the earth, guess what that make you? Non-powerful. Simple. You can't be powerful if you ain't harnessing energy. You can pay for some power. That don't make you powerful. It make the people who you paying for the power for powerful. It just make you a damn slave. Hitler thought that this knowledge should be coming like it was in the ancient day. And he went around attacking the people that was trying to hide it. Now that's the facts. You can take it how you want it. Call me anti-Semitic, call me what you want. And they came back misinterpreting Hitler's research as UFOs. When Hitler wasn't talking about no UFOs, Hitler was talking about what Tesla was talking about. This is why they killed Nikola Tesla. Tesla was going around saying, look here, man, why y'all got people paying for energy? Earth is a huge energy generator. Tesla knew about flat earth. Tesla was a damn shaman. Let me show you something real quick. Hold on. Show you something. The Tesla Tower. Hold on a second. Computer is loading. Hold on. Hold on a second. Computer is loading. This shit it goes slow sometimes. Look at here. Let me show you something. This what was hidden from us behind pharaonic worship and Anunnaki talk. They tell you that the pharaohs come from aliens. They were gods. See, this is Christian theology. When they telling you that the gods from Olympia gave birth to the first rulers on earth. Okay? So the only connection that the peasants had were through the gods. They couldn't get no word up to Olympia unless they go through the manifestation of the godly rulers through earth. And this became the first form of you got to pray through Christ and pray through somebody as a mediator. This was all in Roman concepts. But the Egyptians had the same concepts. So what I'm showing you with the space programming is they're hiding free energy devices behind space talk. So what became a UFO ship is literally the Tesla Tower. They're hiding real science behind pseudoscience. So when you get in the conscious community, the most popular videos are talking about aliens, space, and ain't nobody talking about how to empower ourselves with knowledge. You know, they think it's deep to talk about aliens and space, but not about free energy and electromagnetism. So they turned the secrets of free energy into spaceship programming, and they plagiarized the sacred geometry. That's why I got this collage on the screen, so you can see that what they're giving you for UFOs is nothing but a torus field and nothing but flat earth cosmology. That's the secret of secrets, y'all. The secret of secrets is the secrets of creation itself, which is the earth. So why wouldn't you want to understand the oldest conceptions of earth so that you can compare them to the new ones instead of just be born in a world where you only get a biased side of the new interpretation and everyone laugh and mock the old flat earth interpretations? You've been programmed and conditioned to see the ancients as primitive, something to laugh at, and to look at modern scientists as gods and lords and respected images. And they taught you to do that because they want to control this knowledge, and they didn't like the ancient concept of it being common knowledge. So that's why when we teach this knowledge today, what do we call it? We call it occult knowledge. This was knowledge that was hidden behind what? Deities and spaceship programming and pharaohs, and I'm giving you the sacred geometry to back it up. Now, at this time, I've been talking for nonstop for 3 hours straight. My chest hurting. I'm running out of wind right now, and my body just telling me to, take like a 2-minute, 3-minute break and sip some water. So I'm kind of getting a little dizzy too. I gotta take a minute, y'all. I've been talking nonstop for 3 hours. Damn. All right, I'm gonna take a 3-minute break and play some music, and I'm gonna come back and give y'all another hour or two of knowledge. I got time today, and I want to give y'all my time. If you think my time is worth your donations, then show me how much my time is worth to you by donating. You want to donate, get in the video description area. There are several links there. And if you're a moderator, please, moderators, share the links with them. Share the PayPal links, the Cash App links, the Streamlab links, all the donation links. Share that with the people if you're a moderator. I'm putting in work for y'all, okay? And I don't show up to play, all right? I show up, and like I said, I talk straight for 3 hours straight. And I'll take like a 2-minute break and come back talking for hours straight. So I ain't playing, and I'm giving you a lot of shit in this time, okay? Because there's a lot of deception took place. But let me rest my damn mouth a minute. Hit that like, share, and donate button. I'm taking a break. I want to share all of this stuff with y'all, man, because Pan-Africanism and Cometicism has hid the true knowledge that would empower us as a people. Applicable knowledge that'll make your child a scientist versus a dumbass theologian who can tell you all about talking snakes and goddamn niggas turning water to wine, but they paying for electricity. Another man using his brain enough to empower your house. Without the government, you will be in the cold. You won't understand the basic foundation of nation building, which is your own energy grid. But you will understand how snakes talk, how birds hover over niggas' penis and for resurrection. You want me to show y'all something? At this time, what we're gonna do is go further into how Pan-Africanism and Cometicism hide the truth behind disgusting, perverted images. Let me show you something. The Mayans, just like all of the ancients, spoke about a sacred bird of heaven. The Christians call it the Holy Ghost. See, let me show you something. I'm going to show you how they plagiarize ancient science into modern fuckery. Check this out. This is a Mayan flat earth, pre-dynastic cosmology, right? This is where you get Jesus on the cross from, family. What happened on Jesus' cross? A bird landed on Jesus' cross, didn't it? They plagiarizing it, y'all. Most of our people will accept this shit in a form of space programming in Christ, but if you tell them the earth flat and show them this original version, they'll laugh at you and say them people was dumb. Earlier, I was telling you what I'm giving you is serpent knowledge. Here is the sine wave that's wrapped around a tree of life. This serpent that you see wrapped around a tree of life is the sine wave that flows up and down the pole. The energy flows in a sine wave up and down this tree, up and down this pole like a barber's pole, with red and blue, negative and positive. So this Mayan cosmos became Jesus on the cross with the bird landed on it, but they're plagiarizing it. Now, in Cometicism, remember now, what is Jesus personifying? Jesus is a personification of the first rulers in modern time. Before I go further, let me show you something, so you can get this in your head. Hold up. Here. This gonna get it in your head, so when we move on, I won't lose you. Here. The world's first rulers personified themselves in mythological stories like Moses. Moses was a real pharaoh in Egypt. You can dig his sarcophagus up. They dug his sarcophagus up. So you're reading in the mythology, but these were real rulers and you were a damn peasant, but you thinking you were one of the rulers talking about I'm a god and a goddess, king and queen, I'm a pharaoh. To say you was a pharaoh back then is like saying you a pope today. Now what if you saw one of these pro-blacks walk outside with the pope costume on saying, nigga, I'm a pope, I'm a pope. Y'all will laugh at him. But what we call a pope today is the same thing that a damn pharaoh was. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. Hold on a second. So, when these leaders, and remember government was based upon religion during this time. Government as you know it today, it wasn't like that back during these times. It was the religious leaders were the government officials too. This is why they wrote themselves into the science and the cosmology. Let me say that again. The religious leaders were the government back then. This is why the pharaohs and priests and the rulers of that time were also astronomers who roped themselves into the mythos, into the cosmology and the science. They started to personify their glory with the science. They didn't care if you learned the truth or not. They wanted you to respect their empire. So they didn't want you to respect knowledge and the truth about the earth. They started to personify that truth as themselves so that you respect them more than you respect the fucking air you breathe. Who you calling Jesus today? They called him Zeus back in the day, and prior to that, this was a historical figure that literally ruled the world during a time. The succession of Jesus' lineage is them tracking the royal family's succession through mythology. The Genesis represent the genetics starting from atom. They tell you in science that all matter started from the atom. And they tell you in the Bible that all humans descended from Adam. People, these are two heads of the same damn dragon. Science and religion have been in a marriage since Greco-Egyptian times, but the problem is you niggas think they're separate from each other. When the Vatican owned all of these damn scientists that's giving y'all the same Christian indoctrination under El or Saturn or Baphomet, a chocolate-coated version. So they said, them niggas want to be smart, huh? They don't like that God in the top right corner. They waking up. They don't want to be Christians no more. So we're going to give them the God in the bottom left corner, Atum. And so now you're a Pan-African. And even though you are black, saying, well, I left the church because that's a white man's God, you came right over to Pan-Africanism to get the same goddamn God in a chocolate form. Because the royal families weren't just white people. The royal families were black and whites. Like I said, the Egyptians had united with the Greeks. And the most wealthiest people among the Greeks and Egyptians start to fuck each other. Excuse my language. I got to give it to you real. When the Greeks and Egyptians start to merge together and occupy the same land in Alexandria and all that, they merged together and became one culture that was called the Hellenistic culture. That's why everything we do in today's world is Helios-based, hell-based, panic-based. Put the TV on, panic. It's a chaos theory. It's a foolish way of saying we can actually create order out of chaos. That's what the Baphomet represents. You think that you escape indoctrination because you're Pan-African when you're now just worshiping Pan, the Baphomet. You used to worship Lamb of God, Jesus, which was a goat god. Jesus is a goat god too. He's a lamb, a baby goat. Because he was born from the big goat, the greatest of all time, which is Adam, the first god that started the pantheon. Adam is Pan or the Baphomet, Lady Liberty today. Aten in a lot of cultures. Now check it out. Because what we're talking about here is plagiarization and them hiding the truth, right? When you see these gods with the scepter, it come from this god with the lightning bolt. The scepter would have been an instrument associated with energy generation. If you talk to any electrician, they have something equivalent to a scepter that they use with dealing with the energies. So this was them telling you, we've monopolized energy, and if you want to be empowered, you got to go through us. We're the gods. You can no longer build systems, that independent systems directly to the earth. You got to go through us and our companies and our families. This is how they built the energy grid that foundates the modern world we live in today, people. Now listen, look at this image. This is a Mayan tree of life. And what the Mayans is showing you is, again, an electromagnetic energy field. Earth is a huge energy generator. Here it is for the Norse. Okay, that's how the energy would recycle the elements right there. Okay, and what do you mean by recycling the elements, Brother Sanchez? Let me show you something real quick now. Hold on. Here, where is it? Where is it? That which recycles the elements, family, is what Hitler was trying to. Let me take some. Listen, people, do me a favor. I'm messing up my presentation because I'm getting confused with all these slides open. So let me go over some of these slides I'm not going to use again so I can clear the screen up because it's confusing me. Earlier I showed you the step pyramid, and I put this image up here to show you what the step pyramid means in the occult. They got you thinking a pyramid is some that's revered because it's just a bunch of dirt piled on top of each other. In that case, you need to go in your backyard, and every ant bed out there need to be a historical site, a monument. If you think a pyramid is something special, go and drop some sugar in the kitchen and see don't it make your ass a pyramid. That's how easy it is to make. Don't let these folks fool you and tell you you can't fit a sheet of paper in between the bricks. Dude, you can't fit a sheet of paper in between the bricks on no house. It's cement in between it. They tell y'all the dumbest shit and you just go for, yeah, you can't fit a sheet of paper in between them bricks. You can't fit a sheet of paper in between the bricks at my grandma's house, man. The true reference of the pyramid is that it's the structure of government. It has nothing to do about, oh, look at this pile of dirt right here. Let's go around it and say, ooh, wee. You think that shit hard to build? So you think the ants are fucking smarter than you. The ants can build pyramids. And they don't get no credit for their pyramids. But the pharaohs do. Y'all dumb, man. Let me show you something. If you look at the structure of government, it's based upon flat earth hierarchy. Let me show you something, right? Hold on a minute. We getting somewhere now. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Here's the secrets of the step pyramid. The ancestors taught before they corrupted all of this that there were different layers and different earths and realities above ours and below ours, and that these different realities was occupying the same space or the same ether because there is no space. But check this out. Let me pull up another collage because I'm gonna need this to talk about that. Hold on, people. Here we go. It's okay. In this image here, in this collage, in the bottom right, you see like, let me blow it up for you. You see in the bottom right, you see these different little worlds with the people on it. The ancestors said the higher up you go, the most self-conscious the beings are. The more spiritually enlightened the beings are. So our cosmos, according to the ancients, was set up like a big school with the babies at the bottom and the spiritual gurus at the top. So there is some hierarchy in our cosmic structure, meaning that your grandmother moved on to the next layer above you. When you die, you're gonna go to the next step to where your grandmother at, but she gonna always be one step ahead of you in awareness and consciousness. Okay? So this is how the universe is set up, where we're walking in the footprints of our forefathers up the stairway to heaven. And if you look in the bottom left corner, the British Beehive took this same concept and plagiarized it as their structure of government. That's what I'm trying to tell you, that the Egyptians took the true structure of nature and the beautiful hierarchy of our forefathers and having respect for the elders and made a government system out of it. Now you don't got respect for your elders, you just got respect for rich motherfuckers. Do you hear what I'm telling you, people? The true hierarchy would be everybody respect grandmama, granddaddy, because they're passing on to the next ether before us. They came to this world before us. There's a rank structure here. These souls are taking a journey, and you ain't ahead of your grandma and your granddaddy with this life journey. So there's a degree of respect we had. But when they took that original story that I'm giving you here and turned it into the pyramid of power, we lost respect for the elders and each other, and now we only respect the pharaohs and the rulers now. People will talk hella shit to their mama and their grandma. Some of these girls will cuss their grandma out, but they will fucking fall out when they meet Nicki Minaj. You don't have no respect for those old souls that's been journeying this life with all that wisdom. You got respect for money, the rich now. And that started in Egypt with the creation of taxation, money, and government under the high priest and noblemen. If you look at the top of this pyramid right there, you see who occupying the top slots. It would have been your government officials, would have been your priests and scribes, your high priests and nobles. This is why all of your goddamn Kemetic shrines and Kemetic priests is in cahoots with politicians and government officials, and all of them are masons at the same lodges. If y'all don't wake the hell up, you better. Today we call this the pyramid of power, but it should be called the pyramid of those in power. The true pyramid of power is what I've been showing y'all. Let me show it to you again. Hold on a minute. All right, let the teacher get the doggone eraser out and erase the board a minute. Wait a minute. Some of this stuff we can remove. Hold on. We can remove that. So you can see the true pyramid of power, man. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. I'm coming. Here it go. Here it go right here. Right here. So again, it's the difference. When I say you a damn child, it's because people speaking over your damn head. The true pyramid of power ain't got nothing to do with the structure of government, because it shouldn't be no damn government. The true pyramid of power is damn science that literally generate energy. It's in front of your face right now. Y'all come on with and wake up. Please wake up. The pyramid of power is a literal concept that would empower you. They're telling you that you can be empowered by moving up the steps in society, when this system is built to keep the peasants at the bottom. They giving you hopes and dreams that you can get up there in them top brackets, but you ain't gonna never do it. You gotta be born into that. Can't beg your way into it. The only way you can do it is sell your soul. Now, how valuable is your soul to you? Okay? So, as you can see, in the ancient cosmology, your elders occupied the highest heavens because they've been here the longest. They a step ahead of you. But when they took that cosmology and turned it into government, The highest priests and noblemen occupied that, and they stopped telling the spiritual story that linked us to the respecting the ancestors and the mamas and the daddies and the family structure. Now the families are broken up, but the governments are united like a motherfucker, man. You see? All around the world, the family structure is in turmoil, but the governments of the world are organized and united like never before. The royal families are so organized and united, but the families, the regular people, is in disarray. The children ain't respecting the parents and the grandmothers, but they respecting the money though. They respecting those in power. This was the system right here that was created in Greco-Egypt, y'all. Where the pyramid is a government structure instead of a cosmological structure that kept order on earth. And again, your religious leaders occupied the top tiers. Why you think I keep showing you the Pope? You think the president ruled the world? No, it's the Pope, man. Don't quit playing. All right? Now, let's talk about some more about these pharaohs in Egypt. I ain't done yet. Let's talk about it. Now, remember what I told you earlier? When you look at this Mayan tree of life, they showing you science of electromagnetism. They're personifying it as a sacred bird, which represent the opening of an ethereal portal. It's an opening in the ether that's allowing the physical world to recycle itself. So as the bird flapped his wings, that stirred up the ethereal winds. The ethereal winds were created by the sacred bird flapping his wings. This was what the Mayan taught. So when you look at the bird on top of the pole, it also symbolized resurrection to the Mayans, because they said that since everything is made up of the elements, even the soul is composed of less dense elements, and all of the elements are recycled through the sacred bird. This was another way of saying resurrection for the Mayan as well. So the story of Jesus on the cross with the bird coming back in the flesh was the story of nature decomposing your body and giving you being born again on a higher heaven, on a higher world, higher ether. Okay, this. So remember, when Jesus came back to the earth wasn't the same. Because him coming back represented a paradigm shift or a new level of understanding and a new law now, where the old law was abandoned. So this was them saying we move into a new paradigm or creating another layer of the same deception, another ether, another veil above the veil we already had. The old god represent Thor, the god Baal and Baal. They were leaving the worship of the golden calf. Remember that what I told you about Hathor? Hathor represent Thor's hammer to the Egyptians. Let me show you one more time. Let me show you again. The cow goddess Hathor is the Baphomet. That's why it have female and male versions. It's a she-male deity because they was trying to take the principle of magnetism, the principles of magnetism, which is negative and positive, masculine and feminine, and they wanted to embody them into one deity, and it came out like a she-male or a Baphomet. It came out as a male god that was able to give birth, which is a she-male. See, the electromagnetic energy field is constantly giving birth to the elements from the center. That became Jesus represent new birth, and he said, I come to make all things new again. But what makes all things new again is the tree of life right here. And that tree of life up there became Jesus' crown of thorns. Remember when Jesus had the crown of thorns around his head? That's those branches up there, y'all. And Jesus said, I come to make all things new again, because this tree make all things new again. So when this started to be translated by the Christians, we lost the knowledge of the tree of life, and people started learning about gods, and we became God consciousness. We forgot how to empower ourselves, and we started praying to pharaohs and gods to empower us. So when you see the bird landing on the pole, guess what, y'all? Check this out. Bam. What do you see in this damn image? You see resurrection taking place, and you see a bird landing on the pole. What am I telling you? You Pan-African Kemetic folks, you ain't no better than the goddamn Christians. I got more respect for the Christians. When the Christians plagiarized the ancient truth and hid it behind Jesus, they talked about a pretty little dove landing on the cross. And now we got more respect for that story than how to empower ourselves with electromagnetism. What the Mayan was teaching their children how to generate energy, not about no damn mythology. They was using this story because if you're gonna teach a child these advanced science concepts, you wanted to do it in a child's way. So they started personifying this science so that children can learn it too. And you have beautiful stories like this. But they weren't telling their children to believe the fucking mythology. They was using it to teach them, like how we do with hand puppets today. But when they started corrupting all of this science, they reinterpreted the bird landing on the pole and the whole resurrection story. They reinterpreted it in Egypt with Osiris' resurrection, and they did the same thing the Greeks did. They plagiarized the ancient truth under a male patriarchy corrupted version with the bird landing on the pole. See the bird landing on the pole? Rise, erection, resurrection. That was all plagiarized from the Mayan with the bird landing on the tree of life. They turned the tree of life into the phallus of Osiris today, to the Washington Monument, the obelisk. And the bird on top of the Washington Monument is the American eagle. The American eagle is the great seal because it symbolizes what put them in power, what sealed their fate as rulers. The knowledge of the ether. Let me show you that one more time. The bird represents the Taurus field. Without that knowledge, they couldn't be in power. We'll still be in a dark age. And the first one to gain that knowledge would be the new power holders. Whoever's controlling this knowledge would be the royal families or the people in power. So in order to shift the power structure, it would be exterminating those with this knowledge and then reteaching the knowledge to the people without it. Now, I'm not promoting no type of terrorism, no. I'm just telling you, that's what they did to create the matrix. They exterminated all of the ancients that was teaching this as common knowledge, and then they taught the children and future generations mythological stories on how to pray for power and work for power instead of study and seek the knowledge of power. The people in power don't work for power and pray for power. They harness it through the ether, through the knowledge that they stole from us. So again, let's get back upon what you got to realize about Thor and Hathor is that the sacred bird of heaven was turned into a hammer. If you look at the bottom left, that's that Mayan bird that I showed you, which represent the Phoenix goddess with her hands up. Okay? The uterus. Okay? And above, you see the deception. Now, the Hebrew cosmos shows you how that magnetic vortex shaped like a hammer, and how the bird and the hammer are related. So the bird with the wings open became Thor's hammer, or was once Thor's hammer. What I'm showing you now is how the bull relates to the bird, right? In the bottom right corner, that's pre-dynastic art of the bull goddess that was worshipped in pre-dynastic time. And there are 3 stars. The one above it is Polaris, and the 2 on the side are the sun and moon. This is the goddess turning the sun and moon. So to the left of that is the Dogon goddess, and you can see her raising her hands, turning the sun and moon, and you can see the pre-dynastic art that even in pre-dynastic time, people knew the earth was flat. Now, they turned the sun and moon into the 2 thieves. You know why they're called 2 thieves to the Christians? Because the ancestors taught that the sun and moon pull their energy from the North Pole. So since the sun and moon were said to receive or pull or steal their energy from the North Pole, the Christians interpreted them as the sun and moon, and Jesus replaced the mother or the great pole. Jesus being a pole now represents the obelisk instead of the trunk of the tree of life, and is now corrupted. Excuse me, my dog is tripping. So what I'm showing you is how the cow goddess Hathor is also the god Thor. See, when they was teaching about the cow goddess Hathor, they weren't teaching of, excuse me, let me quiet my dog up a minute. Hold on. So listen, when they was teaching about the cow goddess Hathor, people was having reverence for a cow goddess, and they weren't unlocking the secrets of free energy. They were just dumb peasants still paying the kings for power, but they knew everything about a cow goddess, just like we are today. You don't understand that Hathor represent the Thoris field because they personified it with a cow goddess. So you know more about the personification than that which was personified. This is called layering, hiding the truth behind mythos. So in order to see the truth, you need people like me that spend hours on YouTube to peel back the layers to show you the truth behind it. So I thanks everyone for their support and donations. We're going to call them out at the end of the show. That's going to show me how much y'all appreciate my time. So now, what we're looking at on the screen, right, when we're talking about the cow goddess Hathor, is showing you how she relates to the eagle Horus. Thoris, Hathor, Thoris. Now, I put all that up to show you one thing. What was I going to show you? I'm tripping. Okay, so I remember what I was going to show you. So, what I was going to show you was proof that a lot of the hip-hop artists like Africa Bambaataa, who we spoke of earlier, people like Biggie Smalls, and I'm just, you know, you can pretty much name 75 to 90% of them. I'm just naming a few, but we can do this with a lot of them, where they're showing you symbolism that relate to free energy, but teaching you about gods and stuff to pray for power. And I'd be like, yo, if y'all showing us symbolism of free energy, why you hiding it behind gods? This image right here is a corrupted story of how energy is born, told as Osiris. And how is it a corruption? Because I'm showing you the bird landing on the pole that predates Osiris, and that taught us about resurrection, recycling, and natural spiritual systems of energy creation. It empowered us. This one empowered the pharaoh, not us. It didn't empower us, it empowered the pharaohs for you to believe it's corruption. Now look here. Those in power are giving money to your celebrities to keep you dumbed down. And the celebrities are letting them know we're very advanced and knowledgeable of the secrets, and what need to be done to control the sheeple. And they speak the language through symbolism. So look at this image, right? Look at the bird landing on the pole, and look at this image. Biggie Smalls is doing a ritual here. I don't even think the man did. They probably taking these folks somewhere on a hidden land where they live in paradise. They probably cloning nothing but the prettiest women on this land and just got niggas over there living in golden mansions and ain't telling us about it. Because you know, they changed the maps in this continent we don't know about. A lot of these folks you think dead, they never say they died. They say they passed on, ascended masters. They became citizens in new lands that's excluded from this world. That's a big possibility. So, one thing we got to realize is in this image is like it's proof that the hip-hop culture was founded by the same people who was programming us with the space and the Hellenism. Biggie Small with that bird on that cigar, showing you one eye, is showing you the god Saturn, the first pharaoh, right? With the bird landing on the pole. Y'all, all of this shit is an occult science and they speaking over our head. It's time to wake up. Now let's move on. So, again, Hitler wasn't talking about UFOs and spaceships. Hitler was talking about the same shit that got Tesla killed. The fact that the governments of the world had hijacked the knowledge of free energy from the people. And Hitler had adopted a symbol that was going to make your subconscious tap back into the original symbols of free energy. One of the original symbols of free energy was the spiral of life. People, that's all the swastika was. Hitler ain't the only one with it. Everybody around the world had it, because they understood at the center of the earth, everything gets recycled. So Hitler took that symbol and took his scientific research. He invented the TV, and he was going to get those TVs in every nation with the economic warfare. So the economic warfare, he was going to create a situation that would allow him to put them TVs in every continent. Because once he created demand for the TV in your land, your people in power can't deny you of this foreign export. If we saw everybody in Germany enjoying the TV, but our rulers wouldn't let us get it, we'll move to Germany then. So the rulers would have to be forced to let Germany sell their TVs to the world. And if Hitler was successful at selling TVs to the world, the very first TVs only had the channel of the person that invented it. In other words, if the whole world would have had TVs under Hitler, the only channel you would have got was Germany. And Hitler would have been breaking down the same shit that I'm teaching you about electromagnetism to the whole world, to wake the whole world back up to the truth. So when they saw what Hitler was doing, every government in the world put their beefs aside and created the United Nations, and all of the space programs got created right there when they started going against Hitler. When the United Nations was created, the space programs was created right after to turn the knowledge of what Hitler was trying to teach the world into space talk and reinforce that heliocentric programming that started in Egypt when they tried to hide this knowledge of energy. Hitler had leaked this knowledge out in a lot of lands before they killed him. So they had to, after they killed Hitler, they had to come and share his patents and tell us he was researching some kind of alien spacecraft cosmology and trying to reverse engineer it into free energy. So if you look at this right here, you see what they turned into the space programming in the Vimana. This is what Hitler was researching: electromagnetism, flat earth, and the ether stacked upon each other, and how to reverse engineer near that into free energy. And he had succeeded, and he had created an army to give that knowledge back to the world, and all the governments in the world came against Hitler, because Hitler was represented the beginning of the end of them keeping us indoctrinated and on their energy grid. So after they killed Hitler, all of his research came to be misinterpreted on purpose as UFO talk. And they got you thinking this is a UFO spaceship, when really Hitler was into this right here. Hitler was into magnetism. Hitler wasn't no pseudoscientist. You can't call him. And let me show you something as well. Remember I showed you earlier how Hathor is related to Thor? Let me show you another form of Hathor. See, in the Bible, they used to worship Hathor as the golden calf. And when they was worshiping the golden calf, it was a big old golden statue of the god Baal. See, the Sumerians didn't call it Hathor. They called it Baal. But the whole world was worshiping this calf, and they didn't know nothing about how to generate energy. So in the Bible, it tell you, when the people was worshiping the golden calf, they was wandering lost in the desert with no leader and then to guide them, because they was in a dark age. See, one of the first versions of Thor was Hathor. And remember, when people was worshiping Thor, they knew everything about mythology, but they didn't know how to empower themselves. And when the people was worshiping the golden calf, Hathor, they knew everything about that golden calf, but didn't know how to damn empower themselves. So another form of Thor was Aten, the calf. And what you calling the Sphinx is the golden calf, people, the Lamb of God. That's why Pan-Africans keep taking your ass to that Baphomet called a Sphinx. They got y'all worshiping the Baphomet, but you don't want to wake up, though. You don't want to wake up. Let me show you other forms of this Baphomet. Look at the Pharaoh Aten with a human head and a beast body. Let me show you where it come from, family. Check it out. Another form of the Baphomet was Astaroth, Baal. Look at him standing upon the beast or the lion. See, the Greek version of the Sphinx had the same deity standing on the lion. The Egyptians just made the bottom half into a lion, just like they made the bottom half of the damn Minotaur into a horse or a human. So the blending of humans with animals was something called bestiality. And they had a god called Beast or Bes, which was another embodiment of this concept, and I'll show you him in a minute. The name Bes represents beast. Bes was a beast god. He was a gargoyle. The Egyptian god Bes would have been the Roman gargoyles on the church. The cupids. Eros is Horus. Orderus is Orderus or Eros, eroticism, and the male phallus worship, erection, aura. See, this became the Washington Monument, and it represents an arousal. So the word Eros is arouse, Bes is beast, because think about what I'm telling you. The word animal come from the word beast. The blending of animals with humans is called bestiality. It's not just sexual, it's mythological too. Yes, when you mix animals with humans and they have sex, we call that bestiality. But the first form of mixing animals with humans took place in sex magic in mythology. So, for example, if you look at the Egyptian story of Osiris, he's basically having sex with a beast or a bird or an animal. This mythological story is a form of bestiality. The blending of anything, the blending of any human concepts with animal concepts, whether it be sex, resurrection, art, literature, you name it, it all falls under best or bestiality. Okay? So we didn't have the blending of humans with animals until they created the great beast that the Bible speak of, or the devil. The devil represents the first spiritual concepts that practice bestiality or Baphomet worship, which is just another way of saying beast deities, beast-like deities. They're not really humans. That's why humans today act on an animal instinct. When they started creating these kind of spiritual systems with beast energy and animal behavior married with human concepts, you created an animalistic society, a beast-like society. Man, listen, when they started creating sex stories like the one you see there with people having sex with birds, that opened up the door for now people licking each other butt, having anus sex, peeing in each other's mouth, boo-booing on each other. And guess what? Don't you see animals doing that? I got dogs. And when my dogs come and eat, guess what they do? Lick each other butt. They have corrupted humans to such a low animal level that the sacred act of sex that we use is so on an animal level that you niggas can't get off without eating doo-doo, eating booty, anal sex, beast-like behavior, because the spiritual system that you've adopted have created an animal-like creature, a beast-like creature, and all of the sanction, reverence, and just class that nature put the human being in, you forfeited that to be a damn animal that act off instinct. Most of y'all men think y'all are men because you got egos and instinct. You a fucking beast, you ain't a man. There are no men today. Most of you niggas think you men, you just a damn beast, nigga. A beast of the field. In fact, I go to the zoo, and I bullshit you not. Them animals in that cage are more civilized than you niggas in them projects. You probably got a better chance of living if they throw you up in there with them tigers than growing up in Compton. I don't know which one more beast-like today, because we in a Baphomet culture where we compare ourselves to animals. If you listen to some of these niggas talk, they say, I'm a lion. Don't you know that lions are matriarchal, you fool? Don't you know that in the lion kingdom, they respect the women, and the male lions revere the women? Don't you know that the damn lion kingdom is matriarchal, you fool? But you don't study nature, though. Why you think Sekhmet was a lion? Sekhmet was a lion before Jesus was a lion. Sekhmet represent the fact that lions are a matriarchal animal. Now they made the new lion Jesus, and Jesus holding the staff as the Lion of Judah. So all I'm showing you is that other forms of the Baphomet, Ashtaroth, man mixed with the beast, created the beast-like structure that we under today that perpetuates this chaotic system. So with all of this being said, I think I can reach a point now where I can start wrapping this up. Let me make sure. So that, I asked you earlier who gave us this indoctrination. A lot of your Greek fraternities and sororities, in the lodges, they learn the true concepts, and their job is to give you the truth layered over the royal families so that they could intercept the energy and reverence you would have for the earth, and you would give it to those in power. That's the job of these councils and all of these organizations, to make the families that rule the earth continue their God consciousness paradigm. Without that, the foundations of government will collapse. Without chaos, we don't need them as gods. So on a spiritual sense, the gods we pray to are directly related to the families that rule over us. That's how we're going to conclude this lecture, and I want to thank you all again for tuning in. I know that was a lot of information, but I made it fairly short for you to rewind and digest. So they call it the Pan-Hellenic Council because, again, they're panning you to hell-based philosophies. Before we get out of here, let me just show you this one more time. Here are all modern forms of Pan worship. Remember, Pan is also the god Dagon. That fish god is Jesus today. They call him Dagon. You call him Jesus, the fish god. But what you're looking at is when the Greeks got rid of Nike, because Nike was their Greek goddess of victory. But when the Greeks left their goddesses, they turned the goddess of victory into a symbol called a Nike sign. In other words, we're no longer giving reverence to the goddesses. So she became just a check symbol. And then she became, before she became the Nike sign, she was a fish god called Dagon. And also, you know, the Christmas candy cane is another form of the Greek goddess of victory. They symbolize their victory through this mythological pantheon. That's why you see the Pope holding the bent scepter. That symbolizes royalty and victory, resurrection, the erection of a new empire, a new world order built upon the foundations of the old philosophies. Okay? So you see a lot of the frats and fraternities doing the same ritualistic symbolism of the pharaohs with the candy canes and the bow ties, okay? And the way they step was one of the basic steps of the fraternity come from a military style step that the ancient Hellen army would have marched off in on the left foot. They started on the left. So, let me show you something real quick. Again, the fraternities are based upon the same Hellenic principles. These were the smart niggas who went back to the hood telling you you ain't native, laughing at what their grandmothers taught because they went to college, giving us a new way of thinking. These were the grandchildren that went to the white man college and got these degrees and indoctrinations into the occult and came back talking against the knowledge of their forefathers. And they giving you the programming under Greek societies, under Pan-Hellenism, which is the god Pan, who was the foundation of the Hellenistic world. So you can see there the Greek fraternities stepping off on the left foot like the god of war, which was Pan, the god of pandemonium. Okay? So they're being taught to keep this tradition of deception going so that those in power will never lose their power. And because your own people are there to maintain your indoctrination, got you thinking that it's something to be proud of, to be worshiping Africa, to be Pan-African, to be Pan-Hellenic, and to be all of this Kemeticism and Pharaoh glorification. They got you thinking that's something good, but it's to our own detriment. It only serves the Pharaoh. It only serves those in power. It don't serve you, nigga. You're a debt slave. You ain't at the top of that pyramid, so why do you glorify the people up there? They ain't gonna throw you no fucking rope down so you can climb up to where the hell they at, nigga. You get a kick out of worshiping your goddamn oppressor. People, I'm gonna conclude right here. I hope the energy that I put into this stream didn't offend nobody. It's just passion. I love my people. And I hate the indoctrination that's keeping us from truly gaining power. So I attack it with a passion, hoping that you wake up. Now, at this time, I'm going to call out the donations. I can't lie to y'all. I'm kind of embarrassed. I thought that when I switched back to this screen, that today's donation goal would at least be in the middle, based upon all the work and dedication I'm giving you here. But it's all good. It's hard times for the people, and I understand. So let me check all the donation areas and see if we got anything today, all right? We ain't getting no super chats because they cut my super chat off. So you know, most people that donate to me do it through super chat, and they took that away. So I ain't even mad at y'all because I know what's good. Now hold on a minute. Let me log into my Cash App and see that I get any Cash App donations. And the reason I want to do that is because I do want to shout the people out and let them know by name that I appreciate them. So right now I don't have my phone. Give me a minute to go get my phone so I can check my Cash App. But before I do that, let me check the PayPal. Maybe we got PayPal donations. Maybe we can shout some people out there. Thank you for the donation from Garment Goddess for the $10 donation. We also got a PayPal donation from my brother LaShawn Thomas. Thank y'all for that. To the sister Sharika Staten. Thank you for the donation. Thank you, Melvin Glass, for the donation. Michael Jordan. I see people been sending in PayPal donations yesterday, too. Child of Light. Appreciate all of y'all. I don't have my phone with me right now, and I really don't want to hold up the show while I go upstairs and look for it. I'm going to get the phone. I'm going to write the people name down who sent Cash App donations, and I'm going to call them out on the next live stream, okay? Forgive me for that. It logged me out of my Cash App, and it's telling me it text the code to the phone, and it's going to take me about 5-10 minutes to look for that upstairs. I don't want to hold you up. So I'll call them out on the next stream. The people that donated, I really appreciate y'all because, you know, the best way to let me know you appreciate what I do in my time is to put your money where your mouth is. You know what I'm saying? I know you got it. You know, $5 from all of y'all right now can go a long way. You gonna get off this stream after I entertain you, enlighten you, inspired you, and you gonna spend $5, man, on nothing. So I mean, I do appreciate the people that support the show because it do helps us make the time to do this. So I'm gonna let y'all go. That's it for today. Make sure you like and share, and I will be back in the future with an edited documentary for part 2 of the Hellenism series on Ptolemy and the cosmology and the solar calf, okay? If you like that, share it. Let's get this stuff viral. Okay, if you all things Bro Sanchez, go to brosanchez.com, okay? And everything you need concerning me will be right there on a new and improved website. Peace and much love. Inside out. Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out. Yeah. Outside in, inside out. Know we're gonna take this shit back, right? Outside in, inside out. Merc Heights, I see you. Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out. Republican, Democrat, Republican. All of them niggas hustling, so it ain't no trust in them. You've been voting all your life and still suffering. Student loans, daycare fees, sisters be juggling. Divided by the powers, pauses got us perishing. Got you niggas walking around thinking y'all Americans. Obama got you fooled, you thinking he the Messiah, when the truth is all of these presidents barbarians. Life's short, but you trying to get your paper tall. All I'm doing is revealing lies they say to y'all. Back in the day, I would probably put that K to y'all. Now I'm saving y'all, and plus I'm chilling with baby doll. Maybe y'all will understand sooner or later, before they depopulators and the oceans turn to vapors. Got me ready to blaze up like every night I'm burning herb, trapped inside this matrix, thinking how they done turned this world outside in, inside out. Damn, they done turned this world outside in, inside out. Real. Outside in, inside out. You know I'm telling the truth. Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out. Some real revolutionaries, we don't fold. I'm in the crib watching Malcolm playing Neo Soul. They get killed for jackets and buried for sneakers. I done came across some of the scariest creatures. For real, a lot of these dudes I don't care for on Facebook posting pics of kids they don't care for. Therefore, it ain't no settling like the Pilgrims. Hard living, and the prison's a large system. POs on the same team as state prosecutors. Free your mind, it ain't a choice, you gotta do it. Cause the judge and the goddamn lawyers be barbecuing. According to this constitution, you not a human. Freedom thrown away by plea deals they take. Rap beefs is fake. Meek Mills and Drake got me on Mary J. Every night I'm burning herb, looking at all this hate, thinking how we done turned this world outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out. For real, shit is terrible. Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out. Take a trip to Egypt to go and view the monuments and watch them ask you who built them. Now that's common sense. Ask me marching to DC, it's some funny shit. Making demands to the people you spend your money with. You lack consciousness, I'm trying to get your head right. On this road to success, you gotta run red lights. My middle finger was replaced with a fist when I found out the matrix exists. And anyway, what's a middle finger that's waved in the wind? What's the unity of a fist and a nation of men? Lies on the news, pausing in the food y'all eat. The White House just a house, the power's on Wall Street. Niggas thinking Jordan, sisters thinking abortion. Man, this shit is sad like notes from an organ. Got me smoking my portion. Every night I'm burning herb, all this pain I'm absorbing. Thinking how they done turned this world outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out. Shit is crazy. Outside in, inside out. Fuck TV. Yeah. Outside in, inside out. 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 On watching the news. Outside in, inside out. Bullshit. Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out.
Well, this is it. Right. I've put it off as long as I can. I've now going to attempt to do the 699 steps. 699 steps. Now, that doesn't look very far on this video, does it? But believe you me, that is a long way up. So, here we go for the first step. Let's go 1, 2, 3. Then I'm going to stop. I turn the film off. I'll do it on halfway up. Right, this is demonstrating how it should... Go on, carry on. How it should be done. Oh, I made it halfway up. As you can tell, I'm blowing away here. View's well worth it though. And Anne's down there still, she wants to get halfway, but I think she should turn around and go back now. I'm going to turn around and try to do the next half. We've got about 50 more to go. to try to knock me out with a football. Palmer getting there. And where Anne's got. Oh, she's still on her way down. She's got halfway up and went halfway back again. So, yeah. God, it's true. I didn't go very far. I was a kid to go down. I'm going to try these last final steps. Oh, no, not many. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there we are. Ladder, top of ladder hill. I've done it. There we go. Incline plane. Going right down. Well, as have you seen lots of times. The first time I've seen it in person was. And here we have it. Truly the most extraordinary place on earth. It certainly is. Still not got down the bottom yet. I can't zoom in because this thing doesn't zoom very well. I'll give it a try. There's Anne. There we go. Auntie Brenda and Uncle Arthur's just turned up to see me struggle up the hill. And they missed it by approximately 90 seconds or so.
Jacob's ladder. Oh, and show y'all this shit. This shit is. I'll show y'all this shit.
The population of the Jarawas is estimated to be 200. The administration has been in contact with the Jarawas from the year 1974. Yet, we know very little of their world.
Hola, Iki. Tanya. Video kita tunggu saya.
and the settlers, only 15 settlers lost their lives. The Jarawa casualties remain unrecorded. Each family maintains its distinctly demarcated sleeping areas. However, child care unifies all families into a whole community. Recognizing the imitation of a wild boar digging for roots in the forest, they led me home and with pride showed me their trophies.
Machi.
Seasonal changes and availability of resources dictate the location of temporary shelters for the semi-nomadic Jarawas. During the monsoons, families come together to live in large and permanent community shelters that can accommodate more than 30 members.